Whoa. Whoa. Alright, we streaming. Whoa. Okay. I got a few things I gotta set up first. Whoa. Oh shit. Privacy's unlisted? That's not gonna do. This visibility gotta be public, baby. Public stream time. Whoa. Whoa. Public on. Webcam on. There we go. I can see. I can fight. Beautiful. There we go. Drinking for charity. $sign, $sign, $sign. Alright, I'm gonna be the very first. Oh, there's already someone else watching. Welcome. Hello. Fancy seeing you here, stranger. Wow. Alright. Just give me 1 second. Yo, shout out OC Bass. Shout out the Emperor. The Emperor, I've been seeing you everywhere. You're a good soul. You got that. You got what's up. Okay. Just give me a second. I need to post this link a few places. What's up, D's Nuts? What's up, K Kara? Yo, that's a lot of money to pay a single monkey. It's a lot of money to pay a single monkey. Okay. Woo! I'm not old to drink. Let's go. This is gonna be a fun stream, I think. Let me just show you. I've got a whole ass box of white wine. I've got a mostly full thing of orange liqueur. I've got a single Truly, and worst comes to worst, if I somehow finish a box of white wine by myself, I have more stuff downstairs because I like to throw some pretty wild parties at my college dorm. Okay. So yeah, in the beginning, it's just like every stream that I do. First of all, I don't know how to be a fucking streamer. Second of all, it's going to be a little sporadic in the beginning while I figure everything out, while I try to check the audio and everything. I know last time the audio was a little bit down low, so how is it now? Do you guys, is it up high? Is it down low? Low to the flow? Apple bottom jeans? What's up, potato fan? Mic is echoing. Okay, that's not good. Hold on. Is it really echoing? Interesting. Wine, what am I, 50? No, I'm just white, and I just love the finer things in life, like boxed wine that tastes like salt water. Yo, Valen McSpiegel. Yo, fuck, shout out, like making history today. What's up? While you're showing new recruits around town. I'm not showing people around town. Okay. I'm gonna explain what's going on in a bit. It's kind of self-explanatory from the title, but it's gonna be fun. Is the mic echoing? Like, one person said that, and I do not have confirmation of that. So I just need to fucking figure that out first. Yeah. Oh, by the way, welcome to Minecraft. This is where I keep my child laborers. This is where I keep my pot of gold. It's a very big pot of gold. It could fund all your towns, plus maybe a few more. Woo! It's not echoing? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Fake news. Fake news. Gonna kill me. Y'all should see my fucking setup right now. Like, if you ever thought that you don't have what it takes to be a streamer, I guarantee you my mic is, or not my mic, my webcam, which is out of focus. Come on, baby. Do the thing. Come on, honey pie. Come on, baby. I'll give you a little smooch. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, my thing is sitting on top of a deodorant stick, so you don't need shit. Okay, sweet. Gets drunk for cash. Yeah, but this cash is going to the Kamai Education Foundation. It's not going to me. So So here's how it's going to work, and I'll probably remind chat of this multiple times through the night if people filter through, like often happens on stream. What I'm going to do is there is a link in the description of the live stream, and you'll see it right there. It's a GoFundMe. I know it's a little sus to give money to a GoFundMe, but this is being run through a university. I think it's like the Florida International University. Yeah, Florida International University. And they're giving money to the Khmer Education Foundation for medical kits in rural Cambodian villages. So essentially, and I verified this with the university, with the professor that's doing it, because this is part of a student program. Yeah, so what's gonna be happening tonight is I set up a list of tiers of things that if you guys pledge enough money, I will be doing. So the obvious ones and the first ones are getting drunk. So every $150 that you send, I will just take a shot. I will do a standard drink, you know, pretty standard. Let me put this. Nope, I can't do that. Let me edit the analytics for this. So every $150 that you send in, and I think this fundraiser is starting at around $1,000, so we'll just start it at $1,000. And if you get it up to $150, I'll take a single shot, and then up and up and up and up. I will let you know that I can stop at any time, and I'm probably gonna cap it at like 8, because after I get 6 shots in me, I'm gonna be sick as hell for like the next day. So that's fine, but I'm gonna cap it so I don't actually have to go to the hospital. I've never done that, and I don't want to do that. So healthy nerd choices. Let me edit this video. To the person who just asked me, sorry, I didn't get your name because I'm doing something on the side. To the person who just asked me why I didn't make a printable poster of it, I don't know how to do that, and the people that I get my merch from, or that run my merch store, don't have that as an option. So, plus I gotta see like how many people buy the other Viadoxa things to see if I can invest in something like that, because only like I think 2 or 3 people bought things from the merch store so far, and that's cool. It's really not for money, but I need to get a guarantee that if I buy, like, you know, if I get 10 posters printed for like $5-10 bucks each, that they're all gonna get bought up, because I honestly don't want to have a bunch of Minecraft history posters lying around. Yeah. Here, I'm sorry, y'all. I gotta do this. I have a side computer. I have a Mac on the side that I do all the watching the chat and refreshing the fundraiser to see. So, yes. So, the fundraiser is at $1,015 right now. You can see it in the description of this video. It's a GoFundMe. If you pledge, once $150 gets pledged, I will start drinking, and I will start doing the goofy shit that y'all want me to do. Because while I'm stone cold sober, I'm not going to do that, but while I'm drunk, I am. So if you say, like Amos is saying, Stony sing, I'm not going to do that until I'm pissed drunk. And when I'm pissed drunk, my inhibitions are down, and you're going to get a lot out of me, I guess. You have a serious addiction to my videos? Well, I have a serious addiction to your... I'm not going to say what I just thought. Okay. Very poggers. Still waiting for that video on the Jerry War. I don't know what the fuck that is. Sorry to tell you. Wait, I've heard of that, actually. Alright, sick. How's the music? Y'all like old school RuneScape music? Who doesn't like old school RuneScape music? Let's be honest. Alright, I'm also not going to be answering Discord DMs during this because that's a lot of work. But, you know, let's just go on the server, and you'll see a little bit of what it's like to be a naked stoner on the Stoneworks server. Oh shit, why am I invisible? Oh shit. You already got to see my balls there. So one of my favorite things. Yo, Star Wars fan, like, always says hi when I come on, and I really appreciate that. So let's give Star Wars. Let's give Star Wars some props. Let's give Star Wars some props down here. One thing I do like all the time is I come here in spectator mode and I just watch people fight for fun, and I change the map around a little bit. So if you ever see the map change, like that's can we come real quick and break the bruh, I'm doing a live stream. Sorry, y'all. He's in Rathnir. What's poppin'? So what am I doing? I'm breaking this guy's angel chest. Damn, look at that. That's not bad. So what the fuck do I do? Oh, I'm just gonna start taking it. Big pog. So I didn't get explained why I'm doing this, but I would have asked if I weren't on live stream right now. So let's get rid of these sticks. And let's just we'll figure it out. I'll let Star Wars deal with this. So this is a day in the life of the stoner. Yeah. See how rather mundane it is? Fun, right? Fix the screen. What's wrong with the screen? Oh shit. Oh shit. I didn't even notice. God damn, bro. I'm sorry about that. Wow. Oh, Jesus. Ooh. Ooh. This is the most annoying thing about OBS. No, don't DM me right now. I'm not going to answer because I'm doing this. So what's up? Yeah, thank you, Niels. I figured that out. All right. Pog. So now we're back here. We're with Star Wars fan. I don't know. Y'all want to go spy on someone? Let's go spy on Athaz. Holy shit. You just murdered someone. Oh no. He was killed by Diamond Lucky. Yo, wait. What the fuck is going on here? My god. I think I'm in the middle of just a little conflict right here. Okay. Yeah, I'm absolutely a pro streamer. You can tell by my my awesome aspect ratio and the fact that my camera is mounted on a deodorant stick. That is on a index cards in my passport. Fun fact. Okay. Very sick, very poggers, very epic, very cool. You can see all the staff saying hi. What's up? We got Kakapo, we got Sky, we got Niels Lib, we got Oranges. It's pretty sick. So if anyone's in the stream, they're gonna see that I'm spying on them. What should we do to them? Yeah, let me see the chat. Let's see. Admin abuse in the Nether? That's like my game, bro. Nether's a free-for-all, including the admin abuse. That's what's up. All right, y'all. All right, we gotta start donating. Otherwise, I'm not gonna get drunk and I'm not gonna start doing shit. Now, hold on. Hold on. I'll copy the link and I'll send it. And I can pin it. My God, what is happening here? Rat. Okay, sweet. What's up, Hazel? Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck is going on here. It's crazy. It's crazy. All right. So I just pasted the link to the Oh, so let's strike him with lightning. All right. Well, to cover my tracks in doing that, I'll strike June with lightning because there we go. And then start a storm. Just to make it seem like maybe it wasn't me. Maybe it wasn't me. If you're donating to the GoFundMe, I would say it doesn't matter who refers you. I don't want to name the person who set it up because they're on this server. So honestly, I would just say give it to whoever, and I'll message the person being like, every single one of these is actually towards you. So just put whoever whoever had the referral to the donation. What's up, Athaz? You figured it out. Now we have to reveal ourselves. Ah, shit. Ooh. Okay. Alright. K-Car is looking to be smitten. We can smite. Pog. Huge pog. Alright, sweet. I don't know why the fuck I'm recording. Nothing's going on. Oh shit. Oh shit. We do a little trolling. We do a little bit of trolling. Just a tiny bit. Just a tiny little bit of trolling. Just a tiny bit. Very small. Alright, so for the people who have just joined, this is a fundraiser stream where we're going to be talking about Minecraft history, but it's also going to be a fundraiser for medical kits to be sent to rural schools in Cambodia. There is a link that is pinned in the chat, and it's also in the description of the live stream. And there's milestones for each of the donation ranks that go up after the 1,000 mark on the GoFundMe. So every $150 that gets donated, I'm going to take a shot. And hopefully, if we get some good ass donations and we send a lot of medical kits to Cambodian schools and we help out a lot, I will get piss drunk. And honestly, like, one of my favorite things to do when I'm drunk is to entertain and to, I don't know, storytell, sing, just kind of clown around. So, basically, the more you donate, the more entertaining this stream will get. And I also have some very, very special tiers that I'm honestly pretty nervous about. So, if we reach $1,000, and that's a lot of money for an audience which is our size, but if we reach $1,000, I will extensively answer 3 of any question that y'all ask me. I get asked a lot of questions that I like can't say the answer to, especially on like the deep lore of this server, or like, you know, like, Stony, what's your favorite country? Shit like that. I'll answer 3 of them completely honestly. Like, I'll like flesh out my answer, and it's going to be very fun. That scares me enough. Especially because $1,000, I'll be like 10 shots in. Actually, I can cap it, but you know, I'll still be drunk as shit if we get there. So it'll be a lot of fun. If we reach $1,500, then I will go on Instagram. And I will ask out a girl who I've been, you know, crushing on a little bit in one of my classes and shit. I'll ask them out on Instagram, and I will tell you the response if I get one. So that's gonna be fucked up. That'll be fun. If I get $2,000, I'll do another live stream where I get completely drunk, and we'll just world build we'll world build my Kota Lakes project, which is honestly my favorite world building project. So I hope we don't screw it up too much, but that'll be another live stream. And finally, essentially, if we reach $2,500, I'll basically leak what my balls look like. I hate this, and I hate that I put it on here, but I'm gonna own it. I'm gonna put it on a merch shirt, and I'll buy it. And I'll like put it on my store, and I'll keep it there for like a day, because I'm pretty sure if the merch company that does it sees that my testicles are on a t-shirt, then they'll shut me down. So yeah, it'll be fun. Now, here's another thing. 1, I can cap the number of drinks that I do. I get pretty sick after like 6 drinks. like for real, it's not a good time. Like my next day will probably be ruined tomorrow if this goes well, but yeah, it'll be interesting. What's up, Moy? Oh, why is Stone here? I don't know, Rex. I'm just chilling. 2, I don't think this is gonna happen. But if like someone pours like $1,000 in there, I'll probably up the cap for like the next couple things after the next one that y'all will reach, just so it's like spaced out. And we're trying to get money for the Kamai Education Foundation. That's the point of this. So really, it's got to be kind of a struggle to get up to my testicles. Because, you know, my testicles are private business. I don't want that shit leaked. It's not going to be a fun time when that happens. So, I'm not gonna show my balls on stream. Because YouTube will just delete my channel. You know, Gamer's saying to come rate his town, so I'll do it. Oh, dude, this is sick. This looks sick. What's it called? Hanustandor? This looks dope. Yo! You got the map of the Holy Ogre? Beautiful. He is my friend. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Armor salesman. Fear the night. Yeah, this is pretty good. I like this. Is this a mechanical thing? What does this do? Or is that just for the vibe? Because it's within all of these things. No, I'm not gonna make a random an admin because that could like destroy a lot of things. Yeah. So, I meant to finish this up. Go donate to the Cambodian fundraiser. We're at $1,200 already. So that already warrants one shot. Let's fucking go, guys. Let's fucking go. We're not even that far in and we're already getting drunk. Alright. I've never had orange liqueur before. And I don't know why I thought it was going to be orange coming out. So, bombs up. Yo, that actually tastes really good. Holy shit, it's like syrup. Oh, I gotta paste the. I gotta advertise this on the server itself to get more people here. But yeah, one shot down, like 10 to go. It's gonna be beautiful. That's my first shot. Alright, let's go somewhere more scenic while I do this. Let's go to Lilianen, one of my favorite places on here. Honestly, like sometimes if I'm really pissed, I'll come on here, like in real life if I feel really angsty, I'll come on here in Vanish and I'll just walk around. And one, I'll remember just like how nostalgic I am about the early days of this server. And 2, I don't know, I'll just exist. I like reading from the books in this server. Like, look at how fucking cool this is. I have read so many Minecraft religion books. I'm actually doing my religion class final on religions on this server. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Oh yeah, this drink is 30% alcohol, so it's like pretty hard, but not really. Like, it's not vodka level. Okay. Guys, this is gonna be so much fun. I'm super excited. Am I sus? Like sus from the hit game Among Us sus? Yes. Yes, I am. Okay. I do have to do the thing and I also need to send this to a few people in real life because they wanted me to watch this. So. Alright, now we go over to Eldom. Woo! Let's go. What's up, Melee? make Eldom chat funny. Here, I'm gonna post the exact same thing that I did there. Let's make sure this works. Yeah, that works. I have a personal library of about 100 books. Yo, that's pretty sick, Hazel. All right. He's doing, yeah. It's gonna be sick. This final. How much to make you switch to vodka? I don't have vodka right now. What's popping, y'alls? Fuck you, Purple. I'm gonna squash you. Roast you. Put you on a za. Fuck you, Purple. I'm gonna squash you, roast you, put you on a za, eat you up like the delicious cake ass you are. Yeah, I probably should have eaten more today, cause I'm going to get destroyed. All right, let's refresh the fundraiser. I'm almost getting nervous. Sweet, not sweet, but like, you know, for my being, it not changing is pretty good. So we're at 210 bucks so far. Why did I have end portal frames? No reason. No reason. Okay. Sweet. Big pog. No reason. Maybe I should turn off the staff chat because we talk about some pretty sensitive shit in there. And now people are just asking me if we want to make out. Very fun. Oh yeah, I'm watching you. You know what? And this is something that I do all the time. Excuse me. If people talk about me and they say like Stoney's watching you, I'll go watch them. Like this. That looks like he's floating. Come on, Fave, do something interesting. You're on stream. This lean got me acting like a zombie. All right, Heinrich. Dude, he's not even leaning. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna make him lean. We're gonna make him lean. This dude's leaning out right now. He's leaning. You can't see him leaning, but he can. Woo! I have no friends. Get fucked, Heinrich. Dude. Okay, this is another thing that I love. The fucking wheat fields. Like Fornost, I think, has the best, like, little farm village outside of it. I go there all the time for footage in just like random videos. It's pretty sick. Why do I sound drunk already? Because I'm hit more than I would like to I'm hit more by the alcohol already by one shot than I'd like to admit. Very sick, very poggers. Alright, so it's around 8:30. I'm sorry, I have to pull out my phone and send this link to a few different people, but I will start talking about the actual Viadoxan history. Remember, we're here. So if y'all haven't watched, if y'all have not watched, there is 180 people here. That's fucking crazy. Dude, that's sick. Welcome to the community. But if y'all have not watched the abridged history of Viadoxa video that I made, basically this stream, the content portion of this stream, is not me getting drunk. It's me explaining like the really detailed and deep history of Viadoxa. So yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. Sorry, I have to post this link. Alright, sweet. I am going to get rejected live, probably. But you know what the beautiful thing about rejection is? It doesn't matter. And you can get rejected 1,000,000 times, and once you're confident in yourself, it does not matter. That fundraiser is still at 210, y'all. I'm not gonna drink until it hits 300. I hope you know that. And I'm hit by one shot, and I sound a little loud. I sound a little slurry, but you know that's nothing compared to when I get 3, 4, 5, 6 shots in. It's gonna be fucking crazy, not gonna lie. Okay. So let's do it. Let's get into, yeah. So the Viadoxa history is going to be incredibly deep. This document is actually like 40 pages long. It's crazy. I will eventually do more things on Eldom, but right now I'm doing Viadoxa. Okay. Are you ready? Now, for me to do Viadoxa, I need to disconnect from the server. You don't need to save that fucking replay file. What the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Even though it's killing my computer and my baby laptop, no, it's overheating so much already. I'm going to keep this open, and I'm just gonna do that. Look at that. Beautiful file switch. Look at that. I'm becoming a professional streamer. What can I say? All right. So y'all should be a little bit familiar. You should be a little bit familiar with this, you know, epic chart that I made, in the same vein as useful charts. But right now I'm going to explain each of these little ticky-dicky wiki marks. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be dope. Are you ready? I'm gonna wait until chat tells me it's ready, which has like a 30-second latency. So right now I'm just gonna like chill. Oh, it's up to 1260? The fundraiser's up to 1260? It is. It is. Damn, Moy gave 150? Holy shit. I did not see that. Thank you, Moy. Dude. Moy is honestly like so good at what he does. Even though you are an amazing troll, and I know a lot of players don't appreciate that, I appreciate that. Crazy, which I'm not sure which username that I know that's like similar to a username in game. Cruzy. Thank you for the $50. That's awesome. You're going to help some Cambodian schools get some awesome supplies. Hopefully tonight we will double what this fundraiser got originally. So we're gonna help this group out a lot. And I hope you know that like this thing was set up by someone from the server. So like, you know, boys support boys. And girls support boys, and boys support girls. And girls, now I can't speak for the girls because I identify as a boy. But I think they support girls as well. All right, we're ready. The true and unabridged history of Viadoxa, presented by Stony Stoner. The way this is going to work is I am going to go down each of these people. I'm going to explain what the particular tick marks are on here, and I'm going to try my very best to be incredibly accurate. And I'm also gonna, you know, goof around a bit and maybe draw like penises on their faces or something, because you know they're world leaders. They should be used to the ridicule. Like that, just like that. I did that on my professor's blackboard once, and they pulled the thing up, and there was a penis, and then they explained how Tibetan schlongs work, and I was like, oh wow. Anyways, Big Zoe donated me $2. Thank you for the lean. By the way, any super chat I'm going to send to this afterwards. So if you want to donate, that way you can. However, I'm only going to be doing the tiered donations by the fundraiser, by the GoFundMe. So let's get into it. First, we start off our story in the empty world of Rathnir. Jagdis has just collapsed, and everyone now has experience in the realm of world-building Minecraft and geopolitics. So first, we take a look at our very first Kaiserina, Amelia II von Waldreich, aka the legendary player, Viomelia. Viomelia and her friend, Princess Noodles, President Noodles, went around to a bunch of the towns and smaller cities that existed around present-day Tavir and Viadoxa, where that little ocean is. You know what? I should open a map. I should open a map of this. New. Sure. Okay. 250. Oh, that's not even that. Okay. Delete that. Now we have a map of Rafnir. Cropped content. Beautiful. This is the map that I use in all my videos, basically. So they started out, and on the city of Eisenfjord that Viomelia and Noodles created, they went around to a bunch of the people in the surrounding areas of the sea. And they basically said, hey, y'all want to be part of the same awesome empire together? And they said, yeah. Now, the population of VIR wasn't that high in the very beginning compared to what we have now, but for the server's early days, when not that many people existed, it was easily like the most populated section of the server. And with that, they could easily claim this entire chunk of land. I thought it was a little bit presumptuous when actually they didn't have that part, because someone had that part as installation 76B, but I forget who. But I thought it was a little bit presumptuous for them to claim so much land, but nobody could contest it. They were a big empire. They were very powerful in the early days. So that's the founding of VIR. So next we have, let me just draw that again. We have the VIR, and then Tlahatl comes into the picture, which anyone who knows Huitka or Redfire Rex, you will know Huitka. I call it Wheatka because that's how the Aztecs would pronounce it, but, you know, it doesn't fucking matter. We have Huitka, we have Rehlea, which I'm pretty sure was, like, right down here. We have La Revolution. If you've watched my Navarechnia video, this is La Revolution. And we have Posavaria, which I believe is right over here. So VIR was really big, and they had a pretty substantial military because of that fact. So essentially what happened was a lot of smaller nations that didn't want to engage too much in geopolitics and the competitive arena pledged themselves to VIR as protector. Yes, disconnected. Oh, never mind, we're good. All right, well, I'll just have to make sure. So basically what happened was they pledged themselves as protectors to the VIR. That helped the VIR. I'm pretty sure that helped the VIR just show that they were a super powerful nation. And it definitely did. Some people did not like VIR, especially Asharia. You know, Asharia likes to be contentious with everybody. But yeah, and they got protection from just having the name VIR backing them. This was before the time of big wars. This was before the Great Golden War occurred, which, again, I have a video on. So there wasn't really a huge threat of people invading each other, but there was, there were, like, insults. There were people stealing from each other, like, going into towns and killing each other. So it was minor stuff like that. And it was bandits. Honestly, bandits were, like, the largest threat in early Rafnir. So that's the colonial expansion. I have a script. Hold on, I gotta see. So by this time, you had cities like Eisenfjord, which was right here. You had Viadoxa, which was right here. You had sub-cities, now sub-cities of Viadoxa called, like, I think it's Aetherius and, like, UTCC. Then you had Tavir, which is right here. You had Concord and Falkheim. I might be getting those two wrong. And later you'd get a bunch more. Yeah, so, oh, and, yeah, this is, yeah, never mind. So, after the colonial period, there was a lot of discontent with Viomelia's reign. Now, the historical record doesn't say why. It literally just says, due to overwhelming displeasure within certain parts of the VIR. So, don't know why that was. But I can tell you that the Valdreach Valor coup, as it would come to be known, was planned by the player The Real OJ, which you can see appears on this chart later. Now, The Real OJ planned it so that, and everyone in the group, planned it so that Kara Mera, the god Empress, would be the public leader of the coup. But what ended up happening was Amelia II learned about it prematurely before they could actually enact the coup. So she disbanded the town claim protections of Eisenfjord, and she took basically all of its wealth and ran away with it. I think, where did she go? Maybe to Ardat Mosul? I forget where. Maybe it was Yimu Audal. But she escaped, basically. Now, so basically, coup was like super successful without actual any violence. So pretty cool. But they did lose the treasury. So what they had to do was they had to rely on the neighboring place of New Interdam to come in and fund the reestablishment of the city of Eisenfjord as a town claim. This was the player Cerberus 22, and so even though he wasn't a part of the VIR, he was an ally, and he kept a lot of control within it by essentially just like owning the capital. He owned the capital and like administered it, but he wasn't a part of it. He was a close friend though, so it wasn't a big deal at the time. It would soon become a big deal though. So a short time later, Karamera was coronated in Yimu Audal. I'm not sure. I think it was at the tower that player, the Dex OG, aka Oddity, created, called the Last Bastion. This could be wrong, but wherever it was, maybe it was at Ernu Arak. But what happened at the coronation was that fighting broke out due to a miscommunication, where Amelia II was actually present, and two players, Sir Mr. Panda from Eisenfjord and Starlord 123, who at this time was, I think, from the VIR, they got into a fight with Amelia, killed her, and took a bunch of her valuables. This internationally was seen as excessive because the coup was, one, done, and two, like, everyone was friends with each other at this point, especially at the high levels of leadership. So there's a lot of backlash to this, but like nothing ever came of it. Yeah. So as the new leader of the VIR, Karamera started her empressship with some theocratic reform. She really pushed the Waldreacher Pantheon and the Imperial Temple within it. However, it was also heavily connected with the cult of the Abyss Mystics, which is a secret esoteric cult that has its home in the heartland of the VIR somewhere. I bet a bunch of you know, honestly. So now we have this new regime that is really based on the religious interpretations of the lore of the VIR, which super interesting. However, the theocratic reform made it so that all other religious traditions in the VIR had to be approved by the Imperial Temple, which people did not appreciate. They did not appreciate at all. So, I think Posavaria, aka Posopotamia, declared independence around this time, maybe because of it. So historical record doesn't say. Excuse me. There was a group of players that were involved with the coup that were basically the new power holders in the VIR. This is the Constitutional Convention, where all these players gathered together and God Empress Karamera created a new system of government that gave them power instead of the old VIR people. A lot of them were the old VIR people, but it was seen as more representative to their group. And they really liked that, of course. The thing is, though, they had no connections out in the colonies. So Tlahatl, La Revolucion, Reiflea, and Posopotamia, which I said had fucking, declared independence. They did not like that at all. So a good amount of them declared independence. Maybe not for this reason. A lot of them had built up their own populations and cities. But yeah, so that was not super long lasting. So then God Empress Karamera stepped down. As you can see from the dates on here, it's like a week, like 10 days after after she actually got into power. So she wasn't there for that long. It's really interesting. So when she stepped down, she said that she was going to reunite with her goddess mother Kirosha, which is one of the major gods in the Valdreacher pantheon, but the Valdreacher pantheon has kind of gone away in significance. If any of you want to bring that back, like, that'd be sick, honestly. However, the Abyss Mystics really liked Karamera. They had grown a lot in influence and power under her, so it makes sense. So what ended up happening was that she stepped down in public in the streets of Azenfjord. But then the leader prophet of the Abyss Mystics, Asser Dirapal, marched into the city with a group of mystics at his back. And he was on a skeleton horse. Like, it was cool. It was like fantasy cool. And he started to give a speech while on top of his skeleton horse. But Sir Mr. Panda, you know, one of the guys who killed Amelia II earlier, he lit Asser Dirapal's horse on fire in the middle of the speech. If I had known about this before the corrections to the abridged Viadoxa video were made, I totally would have represented this in the animation. So it's honestly sounds super cool. So then a fight broke out and a battle started. Some people involved with this were the players Bleak Snoot, who killed Asser Dirapal, Petrus Kills You, Cabero, Dark Wizard 07, Starlord 123, and Runner 985, which is one of the leaders in the Navarechnian Civil War video that I did, and of course Sir Mr. Panda himself. It took like 20 minutes in the city streets. It was not a long battle, honestly. And this isn't to mention that at the time, like, plague was ravaging Rathnir. That was a weird time. But so a bunch of the Abyss Mystics were not weakened by the plague, but a bunch of the VIR people were. So you get this funny thing where a coup happens because this other person wants to be in charge and gives another group more power, and then she steps down and that other group tries to do a coup, and then the supporters of that first coup don't want this one who got power from the leader of this one to get power, so they fight them off and they reestablish the VIR. The Abyss Mystics tried to create the Theocratic Empire of Darkness, which I think sounds really goofy and funny, so I called it TED on here, just like, you know, that movie about the Seth MacFarlane teddy bear. So yeah, that is God Empress Karamera. For a while, her reign was seen as like this kind of golden age, but it was really short and like kind of intense with how much stuff happened and kind of how much violence there was. But in reality, I don't think it like created any big change or expansion for the VIR. I think it was just that the supporters of hers that made up a large group and that had a lot of fun and representation in the new regime. I think they just liked it because they got bolstered and they had an enemy to rally around, who was Amelia II. Okay. So now we go on to Princess Regnant Noodles, who reestablished the VIR. Actually, first, before we move on to Noodles, we're at 1,352, y'all. That's what's up. By the way, I like just turned 21, so happy birthday. Very cool. I want to read chat for a little bit, so yeah, basically I'm gonna try to take breaks based on like where we are in the story. This looks a lot longer than it is, although some places get like a lot of explaining to do. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. That's right, Inoculant. I got you. We're chilling. I owe you a shot. Okay. So Whiskey says Mara was dope as fuck. She was the best blacksmith in Rathnir. So, Pog. I don't know what that means before Raul created the new blacksmithing plugin, but that's chill. Max Barker, Nibbles is free. He's been unbanned already. Thank you, Whiskey. You are my one true love. What I am drinking is orange liqueur, which we had from a 1920s themed party that we did, where one of my friends dressed up and acted as a bartender. That was such an awesome party. We gotta do more. We gotta do more like that. Raul is not 30 years older or more. Surprising to say. I honestly thought he was much older than he was. That's a good point. That's a good point, Bob Gojachuk. Let's shout out some of the donors. So obviously, we got Moy, who gave $150. Crazy. That's crazy, honestly. We have Jacob Owl, who gave $20. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Zachary Windish, gave $10. Sorry, I'm starting to get drunk. I'm not going to pronounce things correctly. Alex Colbert, aka Colbert, who knows, not me, gave $10. Okay, this one's funny. Ready? Y'all got it. This is a command to all of y'all. Oh, wait, no, this is a command to me. Just I'm not on playing the game anymore. ZMW7, TP to me in Rathnir, gave $5. So if anyone wants to TP to ZMW7, do it. Do it. Crazy, as I shouted out before, gave $50. Someone donated $42 and said the Pale is Pog. I got to agree with you there. The Pale's pretty fucking Pog. They will rule the world one day. Okay, this one, I think this is another Minecraft server. It's quickdrop.gg staff team. So if that's what it is, $50 from them. Thank you so much. Y'all are dope. And I'm glad you're here and donating to the cause. Okay, I can start to feel a little bit more. We're at 1352 already. Another $100 and I'm gonna be getting actually drunk. Alright, let's continue the story. And I'm gonna try to speed it up a little bit. Like I said, I have 40 pages to get through here. Actually, technically 38. But it's chill. So, we're on to Princess Regnant Noodles. Now, first, Noodles tried to give the crown of VIR back to Amelia, but the people did not want that. They did not like that. So, she took power individually by herself, and she reestablished the VIR with its original ideals of tolerance and diversity. If you don't already know, the VIR was like mostly LGBT and particularly trans players in the beginning. And particularly me and some of the VIR leaders had some squabbles in the beginning about whether or not people could pretend to be trans to get into the VIR. Eventually, I think it was decided that, like, what was it? Oh no, I think it had a similar like wording to our N-word rule back then. Anyways, it was like it's not that big of a deal to like pretend to not be someone who you are, but it's also a bit fucked up, you know, like yeah, I don't know how to take it. Okay, so Noodle's coronation coincided with a really drastic decline in the player base of the Valdreach Imperial Republic, and I could not tell you why. Honestly, like, I think people were just kind of like sick of all this like bullshit happening. Remember that 2 coups had happened here, and it was like really powerful, and people kind of didn't know what they were doing still, as they were just getting into Minecraft politics here. So I think they went out to newer places that were seemingly more stable. Also, some of the leaders just weren't as active. I know Noodles didn't show up as frequently when the decline was happening. So, it happens, you know? People don't show up. They kind of collapse in power. It's how it works. So then we get to the collapse of VIR, and we start talking about Sir Mr. Panda and the real OJ. It's very interesting in my opinion, but I don't have too many details about it. So y'all know Asharia. Soleanin, Asharia, Asperium Nidea, all that kind of shit. Asharia, when it was under Sika Ost, aka Sieg, backed Sir Mr. Panda in his bid for personal power. Remember when I said that Eisenfjord was actually, it's like down here. When I said Eisenfjord was actually controlled by someone from New Interdam, which is again actually up here. Cerberus 22. Well, Sir Mr. Panda was like much better friends with him than like the VIR leadership was with Cerberus. So Cerberus gave it to Sir Mr. Panda, and Sir Mr. Panda declared independence for Eisenfjord. That is why you don't have your capital city be owned by someone outside of the nation. Crazy. I have no idea how that continued. So yeah, that triggered the collapse of VIR. By the way, for anyone who doesn't know, Asharia's up here. So they're basically like making a bid to start controlling things in the southeastern corner of Rathnir. The VIR and Asharia had a very rocky history. I don't know exactly what it is, but a lot of the players, like Delatra and Noodles, did not like Asharia. A lot of people didn't like Asharia, but Sieg is just a very particular kind of person. So then when that happened, Tavir, aka Neo Sheol, Sheol Neo, declared independence as well, and essentially, the VIR was downgraded to only this. This is the only populated area that they could actually enforce. So essentially the VIR just like, it collapsed. Very small. Very small. Very small. So yeah, now we have the very small kind of successor state. Now before we do that, I see that we have some super chats. Now remember, super chat donations will not go towards the fundraiser, aka me drinking and making a fool of myself on stream. I super appreciate them, and I'm going to send them over to the fundraiser afterwards, but they're not going to count towards that. So Pumpkin Powered Creeper 123 says Najair video when? Probably not soon. I've got a few more planned. I'm gonna have to touch on a tutorial that I'm working on now. I'm doing the Rathnir World War Trillium, like I said in my history video. And then I'm going to do one on Eldom. I'm not going to say what, because then I think I'll get bombarded by people who want to tell me the particular stories. But yeah, an Eldom video, because they honestly have so much awesome lore that I need to cover. Easy8, $5. No message, just thank you, Easy8. You're super pog. Super appreciative. The Force Savages, exclamation mark, $1. Thank you so much. All of this is going towards Cambodia. Pumpkin Powered Creeper 123 again says Sig Tuna Fried Chicken. Sweet. I have no idea what that means, but thank you. Sig Tuna Fried Chicken to you too, fam. Alright. We have hit $1,545. That means we're at about $550. And what did I do? I've taken 2 shots? I've taken 2 shots. I need to take a 3rd shot. What is it? 150, 300, 450, 600? Guys, we are $50 away from me taking 2 shots. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. Rum Knight donated $150. Rum Knight, huge, like one of the best RPers on this server. Rum Knight is someone who I know consistently can mix RP and Geopol and be just a power player that is awesome with lore. Seriously awesome, dude. Thank you, Rum Knight, for $150. Very cool. And an anonymous person, a very humble, a very heart-filled person, gave $43 for the children in Cambodia. Moy, I'm glad you like the OSRS. It's good shit, honestly. Plus, it's royalty free, so I can use it. So, guys, this is awesome. We are almost at $1,600. Once we get to $1,600, I can take another shot. But for now, I'm kind of sick of this orange liqueur, so I'm gonna have a little glass of wine for myself. I don't know if y'all can see. All right, everyone. This is my holy grail. I think that this was a gift like 2 years ago from my parents. So, if any of my family's watching, shout out. But it's gonna be sick. This is white wine. It's Franzia Sauvignon Blanc, and honestly, it tastes like salt water. Yeah, shout out Rum Night 9K, super dude. Shout out to the Spirit Knights in general. Thank you, Tommy Robinson, for the happy birth. Cogblock, I'm going to make an Eldom video, just not like soon, you know? Like I have to do the Trillium video for this summer. It's going to be like a great video. I already have a lot of it written. It's going to be good. Thank you, Kemsit Deagle. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes, y'all. God bless. It's gonna be dope. Yeah, I'll make an Eldom video after the Trillium video. But bottoms up. So yeah, guys, this fundraiser essentially started at $1,000. So if y'all donate another $1,000, I'm going to confess to my crush on here via Instagram, and I'll get your opinions on the things to say to them. It's probably not well advised to do that, but hey, you know, you do what you do. Why did they give you wine if you just turned 21? Elion Silverath, I hate to break it to you, but I go to college, and like I know how to get alcohol and other things that I shouldn't be having. So bottoms up, drink the salt water. Wow. Ready? That wasn't as intense as I thought it was going to be. Woo! Okay, we are 3 drinks in, and at 6, I'm usually kind of a wreck, so. Okay. Thank you for the $10 and the $1, Gamer Peron 98, super sick, and Conray Stilljoy, pretty dope, awesome. Thank you so much. I'm going to send that to the Cambodian, the Khmer Education Foundation. It's going to be sick. Love it so much. It's going to be dope. Now, join stream for Block Gambler, watch this man drink instead. Yeah, basically. So, y'all, I don't know how many people are in here right now. How many we got? I imagine there's a bunch of new people from last time I said this. 165. So, essentially what we are doing today is I am drinking for how much money gets sent to the Cambodian, the Khmer Education Foundation. For every $150 that gets sent, I'm going to take a shot, and if we reach up to 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, I am going to do kind of embarrassing things on stream. The pinnacle of it is essentially leaking what my balls look like out onto the internet. That'll be fun, just not gonna do it on YouTube, so if you're part of the community, you know what's up. So, there is a link pinned on the top of the chat in YouTube. Click on that and go to this GoFundMe. It is made by some awesome people, set up by one of the leaders on the Minecraft server. I can't say who because it has some real names attached to it, so I'm not going to dox. But it's pretty flippin' dope, and all this money is going to be sent for medical kits to go to Cambodia, some rural villages, schools, and it's going to be very dope. Okay. Alright, I'm starting to get a headache. I got a bunch of water on hand, so... I got pineapple juice so I can give her that sweet semen. Alright. Let's get back to the fucking Minecraft history, y'all. I'm excited. I love this. This is a good time. So, right where we left off, VIR collapsed. Now, Noodles was, like, kind of on, kind of not. So, essentially, she was not the leader, like, practically. So, what ended up happening was Delatra, the in-game wife of Noodles, took over the responsibility of the VIR without becoming, like, the leader. Delatra basically claimed the VIR as her personal property. Sorry, I got distracted by one thing saying I missed a super chat. Whose super chat did I miss? Oh, Shadow Plays Games, $5. Wait, no, it's not that. Sammy Ballgame 24. I don't see where your super chat is, but thank you so much. That's pretty sick. Thank you so much. It's all gonna go to the Cambodian rural schools. So, thank y'all so much. But do remember, the only money that's gonna count towards me doing embarrassing things is in GoFundMe. Yo, we're at $765. All right, well, I guess it's bottoms up again. Twice. Shit. Okay. Shout out to Dad FJV. Thank you so much. That's awesome. $150. That's as much as Rum Night and Moy. Super shout outs to that. I'll tip the personal goblet of saltwater wine to that. Another anonymous for $20. Thank y'all so much for that. Casper01 Arctic Monkey, $50. Shout out. It's awesome. All right, one of two going up. One. This stuff is super sweet. I can hardly feel it. Two. Alright. So back to the Minecraft lore. High King Tide Glitter was an agent of Khalifa Delatra who took over the VIR as her personal property. That's what the Delatran intervention is. So essentially what happened was the leaders and the people who remained of the VIR went to the town of Viadoxa. So remember, we had the capital was here in Azenfjord, but that got claimed, independence. So now they moved to Viadoxa here. Viadoxa is the current capital of the Imperial Arcanal Union of Viadoxa and Tovarisha. So obviously it's got a pretty big history coming. And it never moved from this one place. So Viadoxa, this is when that happens. It was a pretty small town before. It was founded by Archon Spike Crimson II, but now it's the capital of the VIR, even though the VIR is very, very small. I'm already kind of wasted, I'm not going to lie. So, Delatra and Tide Glitter renamed the VIR to New Dolia after her wife, Empress Noodle, or Princess Regnant Noodles. Now, I'm not gonna lie. I remember seeing New Dolia and just being like, what? I thought it was kind of a weird name. So, it happens. But they renamed it after Princess Regnant Noodles, mostly, I think, at Delatra's behest. So then we get, this is kind of a side story, but we get out of the land that used to be the VIR but was never, like, settled by them. We get this one country that claimed, like, all of this land. This one country is called Sorveyan, or if you want to pronounce this little accent, Surveyan. So, Sorveyan was centered at the capital of Store right here, and it was basically a successor to the small state that had, like, just recently come up and fallen apart, like in a flash, called Kiborea or Siborea. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's only in spelling. So Sorveyan comes up, and it's a pretty big empire compared to the new VIR, but it's also very sparsely populated. And what's really important is that they claimed the mantle of the successor of the Valdreach Imperial Republic, whereas this one up here had already claimed that. And basically, like, there was no connection between, and Whiskey Knight is in the chat, he'll attest to this, there was, like, no connection from the VIR to Sorveyan. Sorveyan was a new one to the game. The only thing they had going for them was that eventually they conquered the old capital, but we'll get to that in a sec. And there was a lore explanation that the leader of it, whose name I'm forgetting at the moment, a lore explanation was that they had a dream saying that their goddess told of one of the old goddesses of the Valdreach Imperial Pantheon told them to capture it and restore VIR in its old ways. So they wanted to restore the VIR, but if you talk about legitimacy, going through Delatra, who was the wife of the old Princess Regnant, is not a bad way to go. So really, like, the real successor is this one. Let's be real. So that's the rise of Sorveyan. Now, Athaz is renaming. And I meant to add this to my research because I saw Athaz commented something on the video, the abridged Viadoxan history video that I just put out. He played a part in renaming the country of Nudolia to Viadoxa. I'm pretty sure he and a couple other people thought that Nudolia was a weird and kind of dumb name. Excuse me? Yeah, I'm kind of drunk. So he just on the map, he was the map maker for this, like, you know, the whole map. He got to, like, place all the countries and do the names and stuff. And I say got to, but that's a lot of work, believe me. He renamed Viadoxa to Nudolia. And honestly, like, kind of a Chad move. The map makers nowadays don't, like, screw around with the map and like project their influence on it as much, because it's seen as, like, this official thing. But, like, Athaz would just, like, rename stuff. He would, like, cut the IA suffixes off of things. I loved it. It was honestly so funny. So with and through Athaz, Nudolia was renamed to its modern name of Viadoxa. So here we have, I forgot to mention this, here we have just kind of a graph, a linear graph of what nation exists right now. So like I said before, there's a lot of arguments as to why Nudolia, aka New Viadoxa, was the legitimate successor of the VIR, even though it, like, actually collapsed. So VIR Nudolia becomes Viadoxa through this soft power projection. Very interesting. Nebular Space says that could not be more wrong sometimes, and I have no idea to what you're referring. But very interesting. We are at $1,958. Whoa, that is crazy. Y'all have almost doubled the amount. All right, let's see who it was. So another anonymous did $43. Gaming Derp did $150. Gaming Derp, honestly, one of the coolest dudes around. He's been on Rathnir. I think he has been on Rathnir for so long. A really good influence on the server, in my opinion, and just a genuinely good guy. $150 to the Kamai Education Foundation. Super awesome. A lot of charity. Good work, y'all. Whew. Okay, I need more water. I think I also have a banana somewhere. Yo, shout out Athaz is in the chat. Athaz, we were just talking about your renaming. I don't know if you saw that. I don't remember what you commented on the other video, but I recognize that it wasn't all you that just decided. I tried to get that through. Okay, so eventually... Oh, wait. Oh, hold on, let me do the math. So it's 600, 750. 9, I gotta take another shot. Y'all gonna fucking kill me. I am gonna cap it at some point. So what's 900? What's 900 divided by... This is my 6th shot. I'm gonna cap it at 8. So, like, you know. Bombs away. Whew. I would love to increase the border size of Rathnir, but honestly, sorry, I'm a bit sticky right now, not because of the alcohol. Honestly, that sounds like a logistical nightmare. I think a good amount of people will complain about that who aren't on the border, but fuck them, honestly. Like, chill out. Okay. So now we get to Delatra. So essentially, I think Tide Glitter went inactive. Being a national leader is a lot of work on Stoneworks. Anyone in the chat, y'all will know, like, you stay up late being a national leader. It's like on your mind, like, the next day. Like shit that happens in this Minecraft server, but like you don't get over it. It's bad. But it weighs heavily on the people who are leaders. So I don't blame people for going inactive, obviously. Yeah, I'm having trouble. I'm just not good at math. The furthest I went was like trig in high school with math. I need to stay on topic. So being a leader in Stoneworks, difficult. So Tide Glitter went inactive, and essentially the leadership went to Delatra Mosolia. If there is one name to know in Rathnir history, it's Delatra. Delatra is at like the center of all the early history of Stoneworks Minecraft. Like, you could write like a 5-book series out of what Delatra does. This is a tiny part of what she was doing because she was the empress of Yimu Audal Ardatian Empire. Yeah, I think I got that right. Which was like the largest empire in the world at this time. And this was right after the Rathnir World War happened. So it's a little bit crazy. So, getting into Delatra's reign, Sorveyan, who I talked a little bit about earlier, went to war with Eisenfjord, and they took over their capital. And I think the borders looked like this. Yeah. So Sorveyan had this, and honestly, capturing the capital was like the one thing that Sorveyan like had that could be like, hey, we are the real VIR. We own their capital now. Ooh. We own the VIR's capital now. Which, honestly, good for them. If that's what they want, good for them. The only thing is, they didn't stay active, and they didn't, like, press their advantage in having this. It's pretty clear that they could have had more influence than they did, but I think the leader of it got kind of bored. And I think they went and did something else before they, like, left the server. Yeah. So then, after that, we get the Ghost Town period. Delatra was not the leader of the VIR. She was the property owner of the VIR. And not the VIR, Viadoxa now. Sorry. I am intoxicated. So it was Viadoxa. It was this territory. But Delatra, she claimed it as her private property. She did not, I don't think she wanted to own it, like, as a thing she had to run. That is why she put Tide Glitter as the leader there, and did not run it herself. So eventually, around February 4th, I think it was like right before this, Spike Crimson II, the original, so Spike Space Cowboy was the person who founded Viadoxa, the town. In the lore, this is the son of the guy who founded it, but like the player, it's the same guy, Spike Space Cowboy. Spike Crimson II came and negotiated with Delatra, just being like, hey, can we have our town back? And Delatra was basically like, yeah, I'm kind of done with this place. Like, very few people lived there. I think when Spike came back, there was a small population increase. And I think, like up here and, like, down here and, like, maybe one in here, there were, like, a few, like, tiny villages of players. And there was one source that I read that was, like, they didn't even know that Viadoxa was a thing. It, like, literally, like, such a small village, like, wherever, bumfuck nowhere, in this part of the history, like, they didn't know Viadoxa was a thing. They didn't exert any control. They were just like, yeah, we all go to this one town to, like, group up and hang out. Like, there's no, like, centralized organization. Like, this used to be the largest empire in Minecraft history. What are you doing? So that all changed. Everything changed when this band of migrants came, led by Loic Dems Finiscidae. Now, I don't know how to talk about Loic, because he is probably among the most controversial characters in Rathnir history right now. Not in Eldom. Eldom doesn't give a fuck about Loic. But in Rathnir, like, the staff have one opinion, like, the players are split, like, it's I don't know. No one cares that much, but, like, I see a lot of different things, basically. It's very strange. It's very strange how I have to try to be objective here. Essentially, I'll try to explain this as best I can, because I did not in the abridged version. Loic comes from this one place called Peloro across the world, basically. This is Peloro, like roughly. So this is the capital, Peloro, the city, and this is the new town that Loic founded when he joined the server with a large group of players. I think it was just his friends, or maybe they were from another server or something. I don't know. This is Asahiri. So Kichu, the leader of Peloro, who had led it for a long time. If you've seen my war on the Golden War, my video on the Golden War, then you'll know that Kichu was like a main part of the foundation of Uldarash, the larger empire that existed around here. But he had his own state at this point, and he basically abdicated, and he gave the leadership to Loic in Peloro. And then Loic, like, tried to totally transform the entire nation. And there's a lot more, like, political stuff going on behind this, and, like, the other nations involved, Uldarash, I think even Ardat had some, like, influence in it. They got involved, but I'm trying to skip over, this isn't Viadoxa, so, Kichu basically wanted the reins to Peloro back, and Loic wanted to keep them and transform it into his own thing. Well, it turned into a really, really, really toxic conflict. It was like, and it was made worse by the fact that I and many other people, not many other people, I and the few staff members enforced a little peace period as an experiment at this point. So they couldn't go to war over this. They couldn't, like, kill each other. But they were conflicting, and they didn't have an outlet for it. So it just got really toxic, and it built up really quickly. So after the peace period ended, Aurora, the bigger nation in the previously modern conception of Uldarash, got involved and basically kicked Loic out. And due to a little doozy player named Valen McSpiegel, who was in Viadoxa City, and honestly around this time responsible for a large population spike in Viadoxa City, and like kind of rejuvenating it on its own, Valen invited Loic to go settle in Viadoxa. So you have this massive increase of players in a place that was already booming. So like a few, like multiple things like work over themselves. It's kind of crazy. But Viadoxa got a lot of people in just one small time. That's what the rise of Valen McSpiegel is. Valen did a housing project in Viadoxa. He reorganized the military. There's one other thing, but I forget it right now. And I'm not trying to use this script because reading off of a script and looking over there is boring. So yeah, essentially what happened was you have this pretty large group of players who both lived in Viadoxa as small villages, and this new spike of players that were living in the town of Viadoxa, as well as the immigrants from Peloro that are moving over to there. So there was a little bit, there was negotiation and resistance going on from both sides. So when Loic and his group came over, they established what's called the diarchy. And it's still very influential in Viadoxa today, although I don't think they have a diarchy. They, like, very recently changed. Due to the Civil War, fun fact. So the diarchy, so basically I had this in the video, but they see this right here? They set up this government. Now the House of Lords wasn't really a part of it, and I don't think the regents were a part of it. The Viadoxans in the chat could probably correct me on that, and please do. Y'all, please read the chat, because they're gonna correct me on where I'm wrong, because I'm a historian. I'm not Odin. So yeah, they set up this system right here where they would have one Archon, who was Spike Crimson. In this time it was Spike Crimson, the original founder and leader of Viadoxa, and Loic, who was the leader of the new group that came in. Now, they also created this idea of the Syncletos, or the Syncletos. I never got a straight answer on how to pronounce it. Which is basically just like the cabinet, the ministers and advisors of the Archons, who like specialize in certain fields. And then later on, the stuff like the regents and the House of Lords came in. House of Lords is just local government. The regents are the people who take over when the Archons are busy in real life. You know, real life, boring shit. So when Loic came over, they founded a town called Valentum, which I think is like right here, maybe? Maybe, who knows? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the chat. Y'all can see how contentious this is. Like, goddamn. There's a lot of people saying Loic should have never been banned. A lot of people saying Loic should never have been unbanned. Some people are saying Loic should never have been on the server in the first place. Some people are saying Loic is toxic as shit. I'm gonna resolve to not give my opinion on it. Some of the staff members know kinda well what my opinion on it is. I never made it explicit to them, but they could probably pick it up. Yeah, I'm not gonna give an opinion. Loic is an interesting character, to say the least. So yeah, where were we? We were at the founding of Valentum. Valentum was a big city, very big city, very cool, honestly. It was walled in. It had a very like rigid structure, pretty cool. So then the Sheepyville Rebellion comes up, which is this small village. I don't think I could locate it on the map right now. When I was writing this, I probably could have. But the players of this small village called Sheepyville rebelled against the new order of the government because they did not want these immigrants coming in and taking over and influencing and centralizing this government. Because they lived in a kind of confederation before. They lived in a very like hands-off society, whereas now the main group was so big that they could just exert control everywhere. So Sheepyville, they were upset by the balance of power in the migrants, so they revolted. So then Spike and Loic marched in, and they killed a few of them, and it was pretty quickly squashed, because they realized they couldn't do shit about it because they didn't have the military might. They were just a small village. But this cemented that this was the new order, and like that this is how Viadoxa is gonna work. So then, I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted by the chat, and I love the debate that's going on there. It's really cool. The reason why I love this Minecraft server so much is that like people are talking about players and the in-game politics like it's real. Like this is the same kind of like language that gets used between like Greece and Macedonia when talking about like who Alexander the Great was. Like it's really funny. Star-Lord is saying that the coronation from earlier was at Harbiter's Rebellion, but you were there, so like perhaps, but I was pretty sure that they were different. So I'll give you that one for sure. Okay, back to Loic, though, and back to Spike Crimson II. So now we have the Solanan Spirit Raids. So to give a wicked brief context over this, the Asharian Empire, which I'm pretty sure at this point looked like that. Sorry, I'm trying to get this right. It's difficult because I'm like 6 shots deep. The Solanan Empire, which looked like this. The leader, Zika Ost, I think they just got bored and they wanted to kind of like finish off their reign in like a Chad way. So they did a ceremony in a very special ritual site like down here, and they, in their lore, they released the sun god, Solaris, who was trapped in the sun to bring about salvation and like the rapture on Rathnir, as it's known. So they all killed themselves, and the emperor of the nation basically said, that's it, we're done. And the nation just crumbled. It collapsed. He carved up the place on a map, and it was crazy. Literally, like one of the best things I've ever seen on this server. I love the Solanan ritual, the Ascension, as it's called. But that's not what's important. What is important is after that, the souls of the Solanan, which is the religion, the Solanan people, turned into these zealot crusader ghosts, which would patrol the old lands of the Solanan Empire. And if anyone settled in these lands that didn't worship Solaris and the associated gods, they would go and they would kill them and destroy their homes. And like that's so cool. That is easily one of the coolest things on this server. So, but what ended up happening is they were a massive force. They were crazy powerful. They had really good fighters in them, and they had the backing of a lot of really other good fighters in them. They were hired by a nation, I think it looked like this, called Acracia down here, that was involved in a war with some people up here. This is a really, really, really complicated war. And if any of you, I know people in the chat know of the religion Garfism. This war between Acracia and the people up here in Lath, Greenstem, and Serafini. This was foundational in the history of Garfism. There was a war between here, and the Acracians did not want the newly powerful Viadoxans getting involved. So essentially, they hired the Solanan spirits, who patrolled these lands, to come down and attack Viadoxa and distract them from the geopolitics that was going on over here. Basically, the philosophy is, if they're being attacked, they're too distracted to get involved with our politics, so we'll do our thing, y'all just go and distract them. Very cool. The problem is, they figured this out. Loic and his people are not dumb, and they have connections that were both in on it and just knew about this. People could not keep their freaking mouths shut. So yeah, they figured it out. They knew that they were being paid. They knew that the Solanan spirits were raiding them and looting them and attacking them just so they wouldn't get involved. So Loic put his foot down and was like, all right, that's it. We're joining this war. And Acracia kind of backstepped off of it. They knew that their beef wasn't with the Solanan spirits. It was with Acracia. So they declared that they would join the war on the northern people's side. Excuse me. Very crazy. So Acracia kind of backtracked, and they made an agreement. Not Acracia, but the Viadoxans. They made an agreement between them. It's just like, hey, give us our stuff back that you stole, and we won't join the war. And The Solanian spirits were being hired so that they wouldn't join the war. That was the only condition. So they gave the stuff back and stopped raiding them, and it was chill. And they did not join the war. So you see people like it was. Acracia was smart in trying to get this tactic going. I think this is when Neos, MW_Neos, was the leader of Acracia. It was a smart tactic. It just kind of backfired because they got like proxies in and yeah, you know. Okay. As you can see, Loic has a lot of stuff to talk about. He's a very proactive person, which I think is cool, but yikes. Yo, the hammer. Fucking awesome puns, bro. Yeah, Saratovia is long down this, though. So right now I gotta check the fundraiser. We're at 2008. 2008. You know what that means? What is the $1,000 tier? What is the $1,000 tier? I will extensively answer any 3 questions that you give me. And chat gets to decide. I'll be completely honest. As long as it doesn't dox me or any people that, like, I know. So, like, nothing with my friends, nothing with my family, nothing where I live, nothing where I'm from. Y'all know, I think I've said that I'm from Rhode Island or something like that. But that's it. Yeah, so y'all get to ask me 3 questions. my palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy, mom's spaghetti. While you do this, I am going to go get a banana. And yeah, chat, just repeat as many questions as you can. Yeah, Shalom is coming up real quick. Believe me, it's the next thing. Yeah, so I might have 1 or 2 more shots, maybe. I don't know how drunk I am. It's not terrible, but like, you know, it's not great. Everybody repeat the question that you want answered. And I'll tell you like the ones that I just see the most. The ones that I see the most, I'll create a poll. And we'll vote on it using the poll, okay? And I won't answer questions, or I won't put on questions that don't involve that I have answered commonly before. Y'all can tell that I'm fucking wasted. Holy shit. I'm gonna go get a banana. Put your questions there, just like spam it. Whichever ones get spammed the most, I will put on the poll. It'll be like the top 3 or something. All right, go get that. It can be real life or Minecraft related. I don't give a shit as long as it's not doxing. Oh. Fuck. Okay, wait. I didn't think this through. This is a lot of spam. While you do that, enjoy my ASMR banana eating. Okay. I don't see any questions that are like overly represented by the same people. I see people spamming the same questions, so good for you, it's working. But I don't see... Everyone's asking about their like own lore and stuff. Have I heard of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? I've read like the entire Bible, and I love that shit. But I'm not particularly Christian. That's not the question that I'm answering. Okay, how about this? How about this? We need a different system. We need a different flipping system. So, I think this video has a comment section as well, does it? Oh, comments are turned off? What the flip-flop dibbity nip-nop is that? Learn more about comments being turned off? What? What? Oh, that's bullshit. I'm a YouTuber. I should know this stuff. What the flip? Alright. I'm gonna edit this video. Now, I'm gonna enable comments. Allow all comments. I'm a foolish boy. I recognize it. I'm gonna enable comments. And everyone, I'm gonna ask you to put your comments in the comment section. If you don't see the comment section, just refresh it. That'll work, right? That'll work, definitely. Put your comments in the comment section, and we'll vote using the likes. And you can downvote. You can dislike anything that you don't want me to answer, because I'm only gonna answer 3. Only 3. This is the German 3, so that I don't get killed in the movie Inglourious Bastards. Okay? Okay? I'm seeing a few which nation have I founded. That's a good question, because I've just purposely kept that fucking hidden. Whew. Okay. Is the comment section working? Can y'all see the comment section? I don't think I can. Bah. Alright. KJV35. I'm gonna need you to take this banana and up your loose, dirty, grimy, dog hair filled asshole. I'm gonna need you to put it and keep it there for a good 35 days for it to ferment. Because I know y'all got the yeast and bacteria up there from all your other sexual exploitations there. And I need you to do what I'm fuck. God, I'm intoxicated. Okay. Alright. I know the first question that I'm gonna do. Alright, so the comment section isn't working. How about let's go into the Discord and do this. Let's use the suggestions function. Oh god, this is probably a bad idea, but you know. Only 2 or 3 admins actually read over it. So go into the Discord and use the suggestions function to. Do y'all know it? So go into the feedback. So Stoneworks Vanilla Minecraft, the Discord. I imagine y'all are in it because you are Minecrafters, just as nerdy as I am. And go into the suggestions. See the sticky bot message that shows you how to create a suggestion? Type comma suggest space suggestion. The suggestion that you do should be your question that you want me to answer, and then you can upvote what you want me to do, or you can downvote it. Upvote check, downvote X. You know the drill. Most of you have probably done this, honestly. So yeah, just in the bot spam, just do that, and I will get the questions from there because I cannot keep track of all of these mother flippin' comments. Yo, someone just sent me a quote about Leviticus 20:13. That's facts. Leviticus, I think it's 18:18, something like that, to 20:13 has shit about people being gay. I don't know how to feel about that because half of it could be that they're shitting on the Greeks because the Greeks were very influential in Israel and in Judaism. Holy shit. Yo, Unicorn Boy just just donated. Oh shit, that's terrifying. Thank you, Unicorn Boy. History of Bardonia, Andor, and Yestenbol. That's a lot of history right there. Bardonia itself is now like Ryzan with how many iterations it has of itself. Anyways, Leviticus could be taken a few different ways depending on what history you think is real about it. I don't know which one is true. I kind of have a feeling that the ancient Israelites just didn't like gay people, which is, you know, like each society has its own bullshit that isn't applicable nowadays. But hey, like totally reasonable. The Greeks used to have an older dude bang a younger kid as like a mentor, so it's not cool nowadays. All right, let's see. Do we have suggestions? Stony, what nation you found with your alt? Yeah, I knew that was going to be one of the top ones. What is your favorite nation you've seen on Stoneworks? Is it possible for uni to be... Wow, people don't want the uni question. That's interesting. Sky, thank you for doing all that. Like, everyone, like Sky, one of the most Chad people on here. Like, totally sick. So, and they're doing a lot of the stuff for Kylorn. So, legit, like, you see Sky? Give him some props. So good. Give her some props. There's a really, really loud party going on outside because I live next to a bunch of jocks. And I'm glad they're having a good time. I hope they're having a lot of fun. The 6th Cubist Sealer. Oh, wow. Okay. That's a very Eldom-centric question that I don't think most people are going to like. I can answer this one now. Stony Stoner, are you a stoner? I was. But I used to be like straight up addicted to marijuana. During COVID, I would smoke like 3 or 4 times a day. I would go to like Zoom class high and like, you know, say my one thing in the beginning for my participation points and just like not like check out. Weirdly though, my grades were the best they ever were that semester. But yeah, it was like actually bad. So I used to be a stoner, but I've kicked that recently. I've gotten more into alcohol recently, and honestly that's why I'm scared that I've turned 21, because I might like dive deep into it. But at least I have the coping mechanisms and the life structure that I've created for myself to not get hardcore into this. I'm only doing this one for charity. Why don't I go to the party next door? I don't want to. They're having a good time. Like, it's chill. That's a really funny question. But no, I like the parties I like going to are with my friends. I like having small gatherings, and I like putting a lot of effort into small parties. Their parties are just like you blast loud music and you play beer pong outside, and like, you know, if that's what's fun for them, like that's awesome. But that's not my thing. I'm also not super into hookup culture, so there's kind of no reason for me to do it. Some of these are just funny. Do you think the Inca Empire could have taken on the Americas if they had more time to develop without European coming in? And explain why you think that. Okay. That's so funny. Okay, the Inca Empire. Okay, Incan Empire, back when I mainly focused on world building content, literally like one of the coolest things to ever exist. Like you would never expect it from any of the world's geography except maybe Tibet, which didn't work like at all the same way. The Incans are like if I didn't know about the Incans and I saw a world building project that had an empire, I need to finish this, that had an empire like the Incans in it, I would have been like, this is bullshit. This is stupid. Why are you doing a mountain empire? It's so weird. I love it. I think so. It depends on how the Incas would have developed. I think most likely, if they were left alone by Europeans, they would have gotten technologies from them, and It depends on how they would have controlled that. The Incas were a very, they were controlling about certain things, but also very hands-off about other things. And I think trade was one of those things where they were very hands-off. I'm not quite sure. I actually, like, just read a paper about this, like, 2 weeks ago. I couldn't tell you. It depends on how technology would have been distributed. But if the local peoples had gotten access to European technologies without the Incas controlling them, and remember, controlling technology and, like, cultural distribution, very hard to do. Very hard to do. Like, you can't really do that because people who want to trade things will sell it to, like, the highest bidder. And I think the Europeans, even in their mercantilist mindset, would already have had that, like down. I think the Incas would have faced a lot of internal rebellions from people if they had European influence. And they would have been severely weakened by that. Whether or not the Europeans could have come in and taken over then, I mean, they probably could have. I'm sorry. One of my roommates is, like, locked outside, and I can hear him banging at the door. I gotta. It's my moral obligation. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. So yeah, that's my answer for the Inca question. I think that's a really funny question, but that's not the one that we're trying to do here. Okay, fuck. Okay. Stony, what was the nation that you founded with your alt? Can you hear that? I can't fucking hear that. So the nation that I founded with my alt, this was back in December of 2020, very early on in the server's history. I bought an alt just to do this. Fuck. It was named after a character that I had in one of my world building projects named Joe Carva, but I had to spell it wrong because it was already taken. So Joe Carva lived in a Sharia in, like, Reedsville or some swamp area, and I got kicked out because what did I do? I didn't steal shit. No, I used shit for, like, a house that I built. And like, this is coming from me, who was, like, a part of this, so I'm not going to give, like, an unbiased opinion, but, like, the mayor came after me. Whether or not he was justified is not, like it's not for me to say. But I had to flee, and I went up to Plagos, and I created the town of Gungum. And coincidentally, right before that, I had turned all the forest leaves into quartz. And so that's cheating number one. And I founded the town of Gungum, and I got a bunch of people around me to found the nation of Plagatea. And yeah, so that's the nation that I founded. I did Plagatea, and I ruled it for like a week. And I hated it. So the way that I ran Plagatea, or Plagatea, I don't know how the others pronounced it, but I said Plagatea, is that I went around and I built these, like, massive pillars out of the quartz that I had spawned in for myself. And I built up my own place a little bit so far. I feel foolish saying this shit. I never wanted to tell you guys this. But yeah. Sorry, I got distracted by several things. I went around. I built these big ass pillars around, and I basically just like told the map makers like, hey, like, we've created this confederation of places, and we're all one place in northern Plagatea. And then eventually I just increased like the borders, and as it turns out, like several of the like 2 or 3 of the people that I said were like a part of my nation weren't, as far as I knew, they weren't active, but they did not want to be a part of a nation. They literally went up to Plagos to get away from politics, and I just like brought it to them. Like Hollincrace, the Chroniclers, I think it was one other in the south. I tried to play Plagatea. Basically what I did was I went to each of the towns, and I saw like the little like particulars in their like aesthetic and like cultural things, and I like built it into Gungam, which I was gonna have be the capital of Plagatea. And one of them got really mad at that. They were like, they're copying my shit. I was like, bro, I'm admiring your shit. I was so pissed, but it was so funny. And so yeah, like 2 or 3 like towns like immediately split off and like I couldn't do anything about it because they went to the Silver Coalition, and particularly Boravia, which was like the neighboring place in the Silver Coalition to Plagos, and they were like, hey, this guy's trying to like conquer us. Yeah, that's essentially how it went. And the way I justified it being a real thing to the map makers was I went around to all the ruins, and I went really hardcore in the research. I figured out what they were called when they were founded and like who founded them. It was like Ternsbia and like New Shvizia or something. And I pretended these were real places that had people living there and like wanted to be part of Plagatea. And yeah, so I told that to the map makers, and they were like, yeah, that's chill. And I just sent them the maps that I made, and it was a great experiment. But dude, I'll tell you, the moment Hollincrace, the Chroniclers, and whatever South Schweizer or whatever like declared independence from me, or like, you know, rejected my like claim of them, I could not think about anything else for the whole day. I was so fucking pissed. So this is to say, I got bored after like a week, and I gave it to Maruchen, who I thought was pretty good friends in Tengaisal, who definitely like was like the best builder and like lore writer, like amazing lore writer, amazing builder. Tengaisal is a great city. I visit there pretty often because it's just like majestic to me. I was basically like, hey, like I want you to like do Plagos, and he didn't give a shit. He just wanted to like do his own thing, which like totally reasonable. That's like the point of Plagos at that point. So I'll tell you. I think the reason Plagos is always a Skittles map, which means like it's just carved up into a million different kingdoms, it can never unify, is because I fucked up the way that it was united so badly in the beginning that every like town and nation in it, or not everyone, but like many of them, created this identity of like, we're not a part of you, like shut the fuck up, we're doing our own thing. Tengaisal like did that too, like eventually they were just like, yeah, we're declaring independence from Plagatea. Even though I gave it to Maruchan, he was like, nah, I don't want this. So essentially I ruined Plagos for the rest of eternity. Oh jeez, it's a lot of fun. I hope you are. Oh, and then after that, when I got bored of Gungam, I cheated twice more with Gungam. I gave myself resources, and I straight up built the town hall in creative. So so what I did was I brought my alt in, and I put him the name is Joe Carvas, Jocarvas. That might bring up some extra history if you like research it. I put him in like a hole, like right next to like the river that goes through Gungam, and I covered it in sand and I buried it. And that was one of the best things I could have done with it, because then later on, a couple players, I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly who, but they were like super cool. They found it and they uncovered it and they were like, "Yo, this is like an archaeological expedition." And it was so cool. Like, they made a video on it and I want to make a video on it eventually, because I know the real history of Gungam and Plagos. And I just told you guys so y'all know, but I banned my alt because I cheated, and I can't do that again. And I buried Gungam for the next generation to find. And you know what happened? Someone destroyed all of it so that they could create their own Gungam. And that's chill. That's chill. Like, I get it. Like, you want to make your own thing? Cool. Sigma Chad, Epic Pog, Wholesome 100, Chungus. But, aw, man. I'm a historian, and that was my shit, and like, oh. I saw that, and I was like I broke a little bit inside. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so that's what nation I founded with my alt. So yeah, I cheated. I was an asshole. I did a lot of things that like I realized like people would hate me for in the server itself, which, you know, totally fair. So yeah, that's the story of me founding Plagatea, and I've always kept like special tabs on Plagatea. I can't ever understand exactly what the fuck is going on, but like I always look at them when I look at the maps like every day, and it's like, man, y'all broke apart again. Why? Y'all are my baby, you know. Anyways, that's why it has a special place in my heart. Okay, next. What is your favorite nation you've ever seen on all of Stoneworks? Okay. The answers that I have given to this, like, previously are, like, reasonably true. There's so many nations that have done, like, a lot of cool things. Like, I can't pick one. Like, I get really into nations that I make videos about because, like, kind of I have to. Like, I've done, like, a shit ton of history on, like, Viadoxa. So I think it's really cool. And they have, like, awesome stories. Wait. Yeah, sorry. I'm just behind on the live stream. And they've done, like, awesome stories. And that's cool. I tend to favor the nations that get really powerful and have a very strong cultural identity. So Yimu Outall is one of those nations that, like, it's not very powerful, but it has a super strong cultural identity. It's crazy. Because of that, I think Asharia is, like, definitely one of the top. The Solayan and Empire, super cool. Just with, like, the awesome lore and, like, power it's had, like, it's really cool. Bardonia, I really, really like, even though, like, a lot of people hate them because they've been imperialist and, like, they've actually caused a lot of problems on the server. I like them because of how dynamic and, like, you know, like they reinvented themselves all the time, but their lore and, like nationhood is kind of simple. It's like, you know, it's like dandelions. And, like, that's good. Like, no judgment on that. It's just, there could be more. I don't know. Uraka, I was really surprised to see that just fall so suddenly. I think Uraka has a stronger... I don't know as much about the Eldom nations, like, genuinely. Because, like, the moment it came out, I was like, okay, I can hardly keep track of Rathanir. There's no way I'm going to be able to keep track of Rathanir and Eldom. So I'm just going to specialize in Rathanir a little bit. However, I do like Uraka, incredibly powerful. And, like, they made power in, like, a very different way than the Rathnir nations did. It was more of a soft power that was like different. It wasn't like Bardonia where they'd just be like, we're gonna take you over. It was like, we're gonna get all of your people on our side, and we're gonna like, they're gonna be ours without you like knowing it. I could be wrong about that then. Again, it's crazy. Rodenbroke I know has like a really strong cultural identity. Goongard always makes me laugh. Like I like everything from Goongard is like incredibly entertaining, but at the same time I'm always looking at them like, y'all might get yourself fucking banned. You know, like I don't know. Era L, like genuinely, like I love his presence on the server, even though it's kind of the same thing. It's like, like if you go like 2 steps further than you are right now, like it's gonna be a problem. But right, like Era L and Goongard, great job. So I don't have a favorite nation. Like I guess it would be whatever Plagatea is, because I made that. But like at the same time, like Plagatea is not a thing because it just collapses over and over again. Olderash has a special place in my heart because I love the Golden War video so much, and researching that was like genuinely so much more fun than like any of the other videos I've done, and I don't know why. Yeah, it's crazy. Like I can't choose one. It's like, it's actually like I have like 500 kids, and I just like know like 2 of them. Okay, that's enough. Looks like the next one is actually, I already answered why I don't want to go to the party, or I don't go to the party next door, because 1, I'm doing this, and 2, I don't want to. My true opinions on Loic. Man, fuck y'all. Y'all are a bunch of bitches. I was purposely not gonna say that. God damn it, I sabotaged myself, didn't I? Fuck. Ah! Alright, you know what? Before I say this, I'm gonna check the fundraiser again and see if I have to drink more. We're at 2,058. I could stop whenever I want to. Hold on, I gotta go. Come on. Gaming Derby gave 150. Isaac Godwin, $50. Stephen Goer, thank y'all so much. $50. Amazing, incredible. Y'all are the chattest of the chads. I'm not gonna take another shot until it gets to 2,100 though, because I'm pretty fucking drunk. Okay, but I will say my opinion on Loic. This is my 3rd and final question. Fuck yeah, like, I'm not angry. I'm not disappointed. I'm disappointed with myself because I didn't see this coming. Kind of reflecting what I said with the nations, I like players that do stuff. If there's a select few players on this server who know how to do stuff. Like, they get shit done, whether or not they're in power. And like, once you gain power, like, you kind of don't lose it, unless you like really fuck up. Loic is like one of the epitomes of that, and I greatly respect that. And we will go through the accomplishments / sins of Loic later, but I don't think Loic should have been banned in the way that he was. I'm fine with him being banned. His situation was like actually toxic as fuck. The whole situation, yes. The thing is though, like, he wasn't actually like that toxic in my opinion. Now, so this is not to say that like the staff team was wrong. I just have a different opinion. Like I will respect and back up the staff team if they agree, and they fucking agreed on this one. I personally thought there may have been bias in it because the people who Loic really pissed off were K914 and Hazel, who are close friends of a lot of the staff members and are leaders that Loic has gone to war with and beaten now. But like I can't tell you how much that's at play, how much he was actually toxic. He was banned for saying the N-word. Like and he's, again, I can confirm he's to some degree he's black or like Latino or something. But yeah, it's, and he said it was during the planning phase of the first Viadoxan War. It was like he was talking in the group voice chat of his side, and he was like, I messaged Stony, but the soft N-word does whatever the fuck he wants. And I was like, yeah, I do. So yeah, that's basically like his N-word ban, totally reasonable. Like we don't distinguish like who says it, why they say it. Like you just get fucking banned. Our staff guide at the moment was 2 weeks for the ban. So like we banned him for 2 weeks, and then we talked later. We were like, hey, like he's been toxic as shit. Every time Loic gets on the server, he like just causes conflict. And I thought that was true when this was starting, but then I went and I looked back and like he kind of like made Viadoxan culture like a lot. Literally, like let me go back to this. He made Hans Age culture. He made a whole conlang. He converted Viadoxa to Viadoxan Solanin. Like let me bring up my files folder. This is my files for the Viadoxan War. And yeah, this is like not a big folder for what I usually do. But like Loic is responsible for stuff like this. And genuinely, like I see him as a much larger world builder than a lot of other people did. Yo, wait. Why is the Virgin Mary so fucking tired in this, bro? What's she been carrying? What the fuck? Nah, yeah. But you see what I mean. Like, it's just like me and the staff disagreed, and I was really the only like dissenter there. So like, I'm not going to like disagree. Like no, like if everyone thinks Loic should be banned, like he's gonna get fucking banned. Like yeah. I just thought that, like personally, I thought like it wasn't that bad, and like just let him just cause a fucking shit show. But yeah. Okay, that's my opinion on that, and yeah. I'll probably get some shit from both sides for that. Okay. So I'm seeing. So I like conflict, but sometimes people want to farm. That's kind of the point of the server, though. Like, you don't get to farm unless you live in a stable nation. You don't get to live in a stable nation unless like things are going well, which is like history. It's like, you know, like it's a competitive arena at the top levels. If you want to be a leader, you're gonna be at the top levels. It's gonna be a competitive arena. Anyways, Loic is unbanned now, and he has some like special like conditions with his unban. Like he can't go to war with the people that he was already at war with. He can't be a Viadoxan leader for a certain amount of time. Just all that shit. And it's like if he causes more toxicity, then we're just gonna permaban him. I will always back up the staff first though. So like I'm like, again, I like Loic. He's a very charismatic and powerful leader. They're the ones who cause the most trouble. But yeah, it's just like I gotta do what I gotta do. And I gotta support the staff because they're the real ones who make the server awesome for the rest of us. Okay. Back to the history of Viadoxa. Let me Let me refresh the fundraiser just to make sure I don't have to do any of the bullshit. Yep, it's $2,050. So if y'all want to see me, oh god, the next one. If y'all spend another $450, I will text a girl who I have just a little bit of butterflies in my stomach for, so to say. And yeah, it'll be a time. Isn't this just a time? That's a Smosh reference for anyone who still watches them. Okay, so last we left off 2 hours ago when we weren't fucking talking about Viadoxa. Viadoxa was this big, tiny. So now, Loic and Spike are going to conquest. Where is it? Right here. The rest of Cymru. By the way, this continent is called Cymru because it looks a little bit like Wales, and Envis is from Wales, the original admin with me. So it was a very funny meme. So Loic's Viadoxa had the potential to be involved with wider geopolitics because remember, he just kind of beat off. No. He just kind of defeated the Solayan spirits in the game that they were playing. More, he defeated Akrasia, but it's not that big of a difference. So they had a large population, and Loic and Spike knew how to engage with the people around them. So they needed to wrest control of their own region. Viadoxa was surrounded by a few people in the VIR territory. You had people like Eisenfjord. You had people like Shaloma. You had people like Sorveyan. Remember we talked about Sorveyan. We had people like Isrendraka. Very, very small in the south here. And we had people like Kumuar, this island. So Loic, I think it's mostly Loic, but I think Spike was also kind of involved, especially in the Kumuar one. First, the island of Kumuar was gotten with a settlement with Eisenfjord. Eisenfjord was basically like, hey, like, you're a part of us, like, we're gonna, like, you're ours, like, you're in our territory. And Kumuar was like, help! So Viadoxa joined the negotiating table. I think it was in Eisenfjord, maybe it was in Kumuar, and they agreed that Viadoxa would get Kumuar, but Eisenfjord would get Falkheim and Concord, this little area. And I think that's still actually the way things are right now. They own Falkheim and Concord. Yes, it is. If you go and you look at the most recent map, they still own this. Eisenfjord is so weird. They just like do things and then they like take it and then they never change. Okay. Then Loic led the army into Shaloma and intimidated them into just like joining them. Pretty bloodless. They just like marched around and they were like, yeah, we'll join you. Now Sorveyan, this big empire here that tried to be the successor of the VIR, was inactive. So they basically just sent people to go settle it. No, not from there. That is not a part of this anymore. They sent people to go settle it, and they created new towns that were loyal to Loic and the Viadoxan government. So they had grown themselves from that small little thing to like this, like pretty flippin' quickly. And then Loic later made a personal union with Isrendraka, the Duchy of Isrendraka, and he like kind of officially incorporated them into Viadoxa behind their backs. I talked to Loic about this, and he said that it was like a really douchey move on his part. But like honestly, it just seems like geopolitics. And it worked, so you can see what I mean. Now, Eisenfjord remained independent. Again, very, very important. Eisenfjord is still independent, totally, which is just really funny to me. Okay. Then, later, Loic particularly tried to do a cultural revolution type beat. And Valen helped a lot with this. If you want to see Valen... Oh, wait, fuck. This is still on the fucking screen. I bet chat has been saying that a million times over. Yep. As you can tell, everyone, I'm not a professional streamer. and I'm not a professional drunkard yet. Okay, I got you. So, Loic tried to do a cultural development. And he did the Hans Age culture. Now, Hans Age was tried to be a... Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat when all y'all are saying it. Hans Age was meant to be a uniting factor of the original inhabitants and the migrants. Truthfully, it was like a totally new thing. Loic was just doing world building here, and it was, it's a conlang, and it's ascribing to certain cultural imagery. So the conlang was based on the language of Breton, which is in France. It's like that little peninsula in France. It's like a Gaelic language. And the cultural imagery was mostly in Byzantine art. That's why if you look at the little Viadoxan flag, it's a Byzantine flag. It literally has the Byzantine symbol on it. That's because of this. Loic found I think it was Loic, either Loic or Valen, found the symbol on Reddit, and they just used that as their flag after talking to the people. So, here we go. I'll just draw the new. I guess it was all this. That's after all the conquests. Loic created the Hans Age language, and I have a little bit here. And when I recorded this long-ass podcast, I had to do it like a million times, so I haven't done that in a while, so I'm going to just try it. Here's how I think you pronounce the Hans Age language. Jehue sud nateui nemireni rines mimud universitat tuis euin paeson haklertenen zener nahes abdoriles. I don't know what it means, but I think it sounds kind of cool. I also said it like a fucking constipated ostrich. So yeah, that's Hans Age. So now we get to the really complicated things to explain. The Auroran War. So this is what we call the Emerald Conflict. Yeah, sorry y'all with the files, honestly. That's what happens when I get fucking drunk. So the Emerald Conflict. Loic loves this conflict. He's always telling people that I should make a video about this, and it's like, there's a lot to talk about here. The Emerald Conflict was a war, at first a war between Aurora and Ulderash. So let me go. It was Aurora, like right here, and Boulderov, which is like right here. And they got into a war because they were like a part of the same thing, but also not. And Boulderov wanted independence, but Aurora didn't. And eventually it spiraled out of control because soldiers. So I think Boulderov soldiers went to a Viadoxan city, and Auroran soldiers like followed them and like killed a bunch of people there, including Viadoxans. So that initiated a larger war, and there were already multiple other nations involved with this war because you know how Minecraft politics is, especially you Eldamites. Y'all love your fucking coalitions. Sorry, I gotta read off of this script. I should have made it in bullet points. That's why it's 40 fucking pages long. Yeah, so Viadoxa took this as a violation of national sovereignty, and they entered into war. Now, here's one thing. I didn't say this in the abridged video, and I definitely should have. Loic converted like all of his people to Solayanin, which is, remember, the gods of the Asharian Empire and the Asharian spirits. So, I don't think this was to get the Asharian spirits on their side. I think they were already going to attack Aurora, but it was to like really cement their alliance. Culturally, like convert to the same religion. Y'all are on the same page. Y'all are influencing each other. Good times then. So, Loic and the Asharian spirits, and I think a couple other nations, kicked Aurora's ass. Excuse me. Um, yeah. So there was a back and forth with multiple battles in both countries. I think there was a battle in Valentum, which is like right here, the city that Loic founded, or Loic's people founded. But there was a couple battles in Aurora, and Loic and Valen had their people like tear down the like walls of this place. And I remember there being a ticket. I was like, they can't tear down our walls. Like, that's illegal. And I'm like, no, this is funny. Did I make an Among Us? Oh, fuck. So, yeah. So, because Viadoxa in this way beat the Aurorans, which were like a well-respected international entity. They were like a big kingdom that people already respected. They gained a lot of international respect and recognition. They were like a power player after this because they beat Aurora in a war. The thing is, though, it wasn't over. Okay, so here's the mass conversion to Solanin. I guess I got the timeline wrong. That happened after the first war. But now we go to Loic's war, which is, I think, kind of a misnomer. Because this war really started when the Asharian spirits, who were still around and kicking, declared that the Mesa biome, except for Ardot and Mosul, was like theirs. Like they were just gonna take. They were just gonna take like I think it was this land. It was just like, yeah, this is ours now. And they were gonna reestablish the state of sewer mafia. Anyone in the chat who remembers Sewer Mafia and Green Tomato 5's contribution to it, that's what it actually is. Yeah. Holy shit. Okay, so $20 and then $10 from Island Fiddler. He says, "Glory to Ryzan! Long live Remtal!" Which, I can't argue with that. Ryzan? Y'all were pretty fucking epic, not gonna lie. I remember the day it was founded. Crazy. Sewer Mafia was established by them, and Oldorash was like, "Nuh-uh, you can't do that, because that's our territory." And Asharia and the Asharian spirits were like, "Bet." And Loic entered into that because there was some speculation that there were like spies in Viadoxa. Honestly, I get the feeling that it was kind of bullshit. So I think he just like made up a justification to go enter this war against Aurora because it was such like a success last time. So what they did was they went into the cities of Sanctuary, which was a major capital, and Hapatmidas, which was another major capital, and they like took them over. They attacked and they killed everyone there and they took them over. So they took these territories. It was like these 3 territories, something like that. They took them as colonies of Viadoxa. And as far as the Emerald conflict is what Loic and the Viadoxans then called this series of wars goes, that's as far as it went with Oldorash. Now, there's also some things about, like, bandit hunting and, like, going into, like, the Silver Coalition and, like, setting up a base and, like flushing out some bandits from their base. But, like, that has nothing to do with the rest of this, so I'm not really gonna cover that. Like, sure, it could be impressive, why not? But has nothing to do with, like, the larger story. So, now the thing is, the reign over Hapatmidas was like they wanted it so bad, the Viadoxans, that the moment it came into question, that like the international community was like, all right Viadoxa, you should give it back now. It was like 2 or 3 weeks later, Loic declared it a crisis, and the wiki has it as the Hapatmidas crisis. This is one thing. And this makes my job, like, infinitely harder. Loic is really good at, like propaganda and figuring out how to, like, make the story, like, work on his behalf. And the Hapatmidas crisis is an example of that. It's weird. Like, I don't get it, but, like, sure, if you want to hold on to Hapatmidas, call it a crisis. It does make my job harder, though. Okay. Let me check the flippin' fundraiser. Show me Picard's flute. Still at 2058. I'm not gonna do anything else until it hits the next 100. And if it hits 2,500 total, I am going to ask a girl out while drunk. That'll be fun. So that's Loic's war. Again, I think it's kind of a misnomer because Loic kind of had nothing to do with that war. He just entered it for his own good. Oh, fuck. There we go. Okay, reacquisition of Tvir. He got Tvir back because it wasn't, like, very active. Bandit Wars, that's what I'm talking about with the Emerald Conflict. Operation Netherrack was when they went into the Silver Coalition in the north and they flushed out Admiral Kartoffel. Cool. Has nothing to do with the wider story, but I guess it's an accomplishment of his. He likes to write down his shit. Again, he's really good at propaganda, and I think that's a big thing about how he does his thing. And another thing is they purchased the rebelling lands in Plagatea, and Dawnfur was established. So like I was talking about earlier, this is essentially Plagos, or I guess technically this is Plagos, but this is Plagos, and at this time there was a very large, there's a rebellion of like these lands, something like that, from the larger Plagos country. And this wasn't the same Plagos that I established. It had fallen apart and come back again before this. But Plagos did a really funny move, which I think is kind of Chad, is they were like, all right, these lands are like rebelling. Let's just sell them to Viadoxa. So let me switch to the green because cash money, am I right? Mr. Superb, I think you missed something. Saying that I should buy an alt and do it, because I have. Anyways, so Plagatea sold the rebelling provinces to Viadoxa, and Viadoxa just came in and was like, okay, you're our colonies now, and they kind of couldn't do anything about it. Because Viadoxa, remember, they just beat Aurora in a war, and they held colonies for weeks. So I was like, what the fuck are they going to do? So eventually, Viadoxa, and I think this was orchestrated by Valen. I'm not sure. We'll talk a lot more about Valen later. They gave this, I think it's this territory, to Dawnfur. And if you don't know, if you don't watch Fit MC, Dawnfur is a pretty popular and like famous Minecraft organization that goes onto a bunch of different servers, and they have awesome builds, amazing builds. Literally, like some of the best builds were like Dawnfur's on Rathnir's, because that's their thing. They come on here and they do awesome shit. So Dawnfur, like Viadoxa gave Dawnfur this land, and it became another war with Plagatea later. And I don't know how much Viadoxa was involved with that, but it became kind of a shit show, so you can kind of thank Viadoxa for making Dawnfur happen on Stoneworks, but they honestly didn't last very long. Okay. So, are Rathnir and Eldom cooler than 2B2T? Yes. Fit MC, Pop Bob, I Tristan, all of those bullshit people can come and fight me, and I'll be on a whole bottle of orange liqueur, and I will beat them all. His name is Fit MC, but he doesn't have my wrestling and jiu-jitsu experience. Get fucked. Okay, so we just talked about Plagatea, Dawnfur. So Loic steps down. I don't know why Loic stepped down. I think he just wanted to. I don't know. It's not very interesting. But he did. So on April 1st, they did a joke where, oh god, we have a lot to do. They did a joke where they reestablished the VIR. Spike Crimson did. I only include that because I think it's interesting that like they see themselves as like separate, and it's like funny to do that. but close enough where like they could like actually like turn themselves back into it. They didn't actually, but you know. So around this time, there was a chaos goddess named Entropy that was like rampaging Rathnir. And a bunch of nations joined together under Athas, who organized all this to fight Entropy. And Viadoxa was a part of that, and they'd become really important later. However, the most important thing, and I basically covered everything that's important in the abridged version, is the Ferryman War. The Ferrymen were a bunch of PvP-brained faction players who joined the server, established themselves in Viadoxa's territory with a faction base, and they attacked different people and took their loot and got rich really quickly. Particularly Bardonia. Bardonia had a big problem with the Ferrymen because they got raided a lot. Bardonia was really rich, but then the Ferrymen came in and they killed them, and they got richer quicker. Excuse me. The Ferrymen never threatened Viadoxa. It was kind of agreed this, like, we're in your territory, like host us and we'll be fine, like that won't be a problem. And that worked, especially because y'all who have seen the abridged version, Zelius was in on it. Yeah. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. But eventually what happened was the Ferrymen they got taken on by a massive coalition led by, it was pretty much everyone. Some Viadoxans were a part of it. Actually, I think a lot were, but it wasn't like an official thing for Viadoxa. But like most of the established empires, the people that were active, came and they attacked the Ferrymen at Istanbulder, which is where they settled right here. The Ferrymen won. Crazy, because it wasn't well organized, and the attack, as far as I remember, yeah, Ferrymen. That's another controversial thing. The attack at Istanbulder was sporadic, and it gave the Ferrymen time to take everyone on at once. I think they learned from that though. So yeah, eventually we banned them because we didn't want just PvPers on the nation on the server. But yeah, it was an interesting time, and people malted the fuck out, as tends to happen. But the Ferrymen had conquered. So I guess like this is their territory, like originally. They had conquered like this area. It was a very small empire. They called themselves the Empire of Charon, which is a Greek ferryman from mythology. And so when the ferrymen were all banned, not all of them, but like most of them, the leaders and everything, were banned, Viadoxa took over this territory, which was pretty nice for them, honestly. Viadoxa like kind of won in the end. So that's the acquisition of New Interdom in Istanbulder. Now, Entropy attacked Viadoxa City. That'll be important in just a little bit. With like mobs. I remember there's a giant magma cube. It was really cool. It took like 12 people to kill that thing. It was really fun. So then what happened was a conference at New Durastarok, which this New Durastarok's right there. The conference at New Durastarok was similar, I'll say, to the Scramble of Africa, or not the Scramble for Africa. The conference of Berlin for the Scramble of Africa. The powers of Rathnir figured out, they discovered the world of Eldom, and they wanted to colonize it. Now, the only thing is that us admins, we said that you couldn't colonize Rathnir or Eldom for like 10 days, or like maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks, I don't know. So it wasn't that big of a deal. But Viadoxa actually did get like 4 like relatively small colonies. Yeah. So they got 4 colonies. Each one has a lot of history. I think one of them became Anglunia. One of them became Ahalia, which is the center of a new controversy that I think is just now smoothing out in Eldom. Maybe not, though. The Volpirium, or yeah, Volpera, the Volpirium, is a very controversial place right now. So they had a foot in the Eldom world. Okay. Alright, I gotta say this again. For anybody who didn't hear this before, and if you've been on here for a while, welcome to the Stoneworks charity drinking stream where we talk about Minecraft history. Oh, look at that, we're over it. Okay, I guess I gotta take another shot. What's going on is we are collecting funds for the Khmer Educational Foundation, which is sending medical supplies to rural schools in Cambodia, which usually can't afford these kind of things. So what I'm doing is I have certain tiers of stuff to do, which includes drinking a lot, and enough for right now for me to have to do one. So every $150 I take a shot. I'm like 6 shots in, which I'm not gonna have a good time tomorrow. But I'm sure many of you will, because I'm talking a lot of weird shit. So, if y'all pledge another $400, I will ask a girl out that I have had the cooties for, or whatever the fuck, for a little bit now. And, by that time, I'll be like 8 shots deep. I'll do it on Insta, and it'll be fucking... It won't be a good time. It'll be a good time for y'all, I'm sure. It'll just be embarrassing for me. Yeah. So that's $400 away. So y'all got some fucking donating to do. It is for a great cause. The Khmer Educational Foundation is very, very helpful. I actually know a Cambodian person, and they said that they have heard of them and that they've done good work in a village near where they live. So that's my personal connection to it. But yeah, fun stuff. I gotta take another shot. I also have to go to the bathroom real quick before we go to Archon Valen McSpiegel, who is honestly one of the legends of Viadoxin history. So let me. I'm pretty drunk, man. I'm like 6 shots in. I haven't had too much to eat today. Alcohol is fun, but like it's like so bombs away again. Thank you, Brandon Porterfield. I won't forget to hydrate. Oh yeah, that's tasty water. All right. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Enjoy this RuneScape music. Enjoy this RuneScape music. And if you want to see my files oh, here's the this is a small portion of the stuff that I have to do. So, be right back. Alright, whatever. I'll read some suggestion questions. Now because I'm not beholden to promises. Are you winning, son? I hope not. Okay, hold on. Is it possible for Uni to be unbanned? He's been banned and unbanned, like, I think it's twice, and I think at this point it's God damn it, Via Doxa was cute, was cooed again? Fucking hell. Okay, I need to turn this down. You go into the Chateau Grand opening tomorrow, Stoney? If I'm not too sick from being hungover, I'll try to be there, but I might also have other real life things to do. That is one thing, I usually don't. Yeah, there we go. I turned the music down. I got you. I turned the music down. There's the latency. Okay, I try not to miss out on real life things for server things. And that is one reason why people who want to organize events with me have such a hard time. And I think a lot of admins do the same thing. Yeah, I got the music. Okay, I got that. The 6th Cubist Sealer, I met them once. Their name started with an S, I think. It was like Sylphe, something like that. So yeah, very cool, honestly. Opinion of all of Second Alderash. Second Alderash was super cool. Like, the Alderashi Civil War is probably one of the most interesting conflicts that I know nothing about. Actually, I know more about it than I let on, but like it's pretty awesome. I did wash my hands. Yes, I did wash my hands. I'm very good at that. Like, tastes like nothing. Second Alderash, I'm very impressed. Basically, what happened was Alderash got obliterated. It got obliterated in a war. I think it might have been Loic's war. Did I? Fuck. What war was it? I have no fucking idea. It got obliterated in a war. I would have known this if I'm not drunk. It got obliterated in a war, and just like 2 days later, it's just like, yeah, we're gonna come back bigger and better than ever. Then it had like a 2-month-long civil war, longest conflict in Stoneworks history. Crazy. Okay. Stoney, you think the Incan? I already answered that. Why don't I go to the party next door? They're still going at it. Not as hard, but like they are. Opinion on the greatest country to it, Ganefstan. I don't know anything about that. I'm sorry, but like I'm out of the loop because oh my god, it is tiring to stay in the loop, and y'all have no idea because y'all have a reference point that it's like necessary to, but like I don't. So I have no idea about Ganefstan, but like I remember Ganef being a player. He's like pretty chill, so nice. Nerf video. When nerf video? When nerf video? When nerf video? When nerf video? When? Nerf or nothing, bro. Island Fiddler 15. How much to request you to play a song? If it's royalty free, because I'm not trying for this to be cut and demonetized on here, because one, I want to promote my own stuff and get my YouTube channel out there and to grow and stuff, but two, also I want more people to see the Kamai Education Fund. Excuse me. Fuck. When are you coming to Sigtuna to buy Sigtuna fried chicken for our local crime lord? What are these fucking questions, y'all? What the fuck is Sigtuna? For some reason, that reminds me of Freud. The local crime lord interests me, but I'm also a little scared. What mic do I use? This is a blue snowball. It's like $20. I got it on like the Christmas of like 2017, something like that. And yeah, I just started my YouTube channel because there was no video about what I wanted to hear about. Sorry, I'm getting tired. Uwu or Owo? Uwu because I'm a lover, not a hater. Peloro? Peloro is an interesting entity. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what it's up to nowadays, but like, it certainly has had a history. Will I endorse more courts in the nation of Stoneworks, as in like trials, as in law systems? Honestly, yes. Some of the most interesting shit that I've like never talked about on the channel is like the court system. And I was just sent a really interesting like land dispute between Alfheim and someone else in Older Ash. I think it was the United Haven Union. And like I listened to it, and it was sick. Are you winning, son? Now I am. Thank you, Dad. All right. Will the day come when Arlenor be made into a Stony video? It has lots of out of character and in character lore, out of character history, and as lore, as interesting as the lore. Coffee, yes, probably, but like not in the like the near future. Thinking about it right now, I don't know any like stories like out of character where Arlenor is like the central focus, because like the ones that I know of are the ones that like the admins have gotten involved in, and a lot of those are honestly bullshit in my opinion. It's like, oh, this person cut down my trees, so I'm gonna go to the admins for this. Like, no, go fucking kill him yourself. Yeah. So like, yeah, like your lore is like definitely like S tier on Stoneworks. I don't know too much about the out of character history though. I know of like Arlenor's involvement in like some of the larger wars and in the Trillium War. I'm covering that a little bit. But Arlenor as a centered thing, probably not for a while, just because I have to cover some other stuff first. But I totally bet that it's an incredibly interesting thing if I were to center Arlenor. Okay, let's get back to the history. Okay. So if y'all reach 2250 by the fundraiser, I will drink more. If y'all reach 2500, I will ask a girl out while incredibly drunk and tired, and I'll tell you exactly what she says. If she has a thing about like not responding very quickly, not has a thing, she just doesn't respond quickly. So I will make a YouTube post about that later for whoever is interested. I'm going to be incredibly embarrassed no matter what happens. 143 watching now. That's fucking crazy. Like, thank y'all for being here. Like, seriously, like, I'm glad to hang out with y'all and just read your comments. Like, it's very fun. Okay. Let's talk about Vaylin McSpiegel. So within Vaylin's first week as Archon, there was a lot of instability in the region of Acracia. Acracia, we've talked about Acracia a bit before. They've had a very turbulent history. They've tried to be a world power player, but just couldn't make it work for some reason. I think a lot of it was that they were surrounded by like tightly knit groups of players, and that's who they tried to like put their influence on. But there was a lot of instability on it as their leader like went away / died. So Vaylin annexed this whole chunk of land. Pretty cool. And this was like they owned this part, they owned everything here except for Azenfjord, and they owned this. So like Viadoxa was like pretty large at this point. One of the largest it had been in a long time. Probably the largest it had been so far. The death of Entropy was a really interesting and weird thing to happen. So Entropy before had her second in command invade Rathnir through the destroyed moon that Redfire Rex had destroyed with a rocket. But eventually Entropy herself entered Rathnir and possessed like a shit ton of the Viadoxans. Like a ton of them. And she teleported them to her to like her like little pocket realm that she created to be her base. But eventually the players of Rathnir led by like Redfire Rex, Athaz, all those people that you might know from this storyline. They found the portal to her realm, and there's a big battle in it where the possessed Viadoxans like attacked the rest of the the anti-entropy army, and entropy was eventually defeated there, but was cast out and landed in Rathnir, where Athaz eventually killed her. Super interesting, although I don't know the exact specifics of it. Yeah. So the Vanakunir War, which, again, this one has like zero historical record. And I hate covering things that have no historical record, like in the wiki or like good national announcements about them, because nobody's like account of them is like good and unbiased. So a lot of different things about this one. So it was a war between the nation of Vanakunir, which was some islands. I think the islands were like around here. Maybe they're around here. They were small at this point, but I think they had a presence on Eldom already. Versus Olderash and some allies. And there were allies of Vanakunir, but I don't know exactly who they were. So Viadoxa got involved with this war pretty heavily. And the exact nature of this is totally up in the air. Some people think that it was a total Viadoxan army that was with the Olderash. Some people say that it was an army of other people led by a Viadoxan, Yazov. Some people said that it was led by Valen. Some people said that it was a mixed army with a lot of Viadoxans in it. Like just people have different accounts of it, and I can't tell which one is the real one. But what we do know is that Viadoxa intervened in this war, and whatever army, whatever like platoon or whatever they were a part of, got crushed. They like got decimated. It's hard to say like blame who did it and like how that happened, because I have barely any sources on this. But I do know that like some of this onus was placed on Valen. Whether or not they were actually the leader, no idea. But Valen took some of the blame because they were the Archon of Viadoxa. And I do know that they were present at the battle. Whether or not they're actually leading, unsure. Valen, however, did lead multiple other like attacks. Like during like Loic's War and the Auroran War, Valen was like literally a war hero in those. So it's hard to say. But Viadoxa got fucking crushed there. And also, at around this point, it became clear that Zelius was in league with the Ferrymen. And Valen knew that. Valen, like, covered that up. And it was kind of scandalous. So, what happened was there was an insurrection that Loic led. He tried to keep it under wraps, but it didn't really work. Loic was supported by the growingly powerful nation of Tortuga, which I think was mainly this island, but also like started having territories around here, as well as the provinces of Shaloma, and I have it on my script, hold on, and Sylvae. So Loic had support from basically like these regions in the area, whereas Valen held on to like all the rest of the Viadoxan Empire. So it was really interesting. As kind of tends to happen while they were planning the coup, Valen like figured out about this, and Loic like couldn't do the coup because he knew about it. So Valen made it like really public and like did a really good national announcement, like denouncing him as like a as like a chaos monger and like a power hungry like villain, and like Valen got like pretty much most of the international support on his side. However, he was still afraid of the influence that Loic had. At least that's how I interpret it. So Valen dissolved all of Viadoxa and killed himself. And like, I knew this happened, but even when I was going back and researching this, I was like, what? This is fucking crazy. Like, bro, dude, what? And remember, this would have been the first time that this like literally like it started back in VIR when Rathnir started, and it went perfectly all that, and then boom, look at how many fucking nations that is. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but like, it's a big change. So when I put something off here to the side, it means that they like were independent for the next like while. Sometimes they get integrated back. I'm pretty sure this independent Western Sparwood, which is this area, was not integrated back like ever. But we had multiple peoples. Let me see if I can find the map that shows this, because I think this is kind of important. No, that's a provincial map. Sorry, this might take a sec. Dude, I have so many maps on here. I fucking love Minecraft history. It's so sick. This is June 18th. This is the day before it got fucked. I guess I don't have a map of it dissolving right now. I don't know how that happened. I have one. I just don't know where it is. I don't want to waste my time, and I don't want to waste your time. But essentially, we got a shitload of like this was one. 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 You know, it's like stuff like this. Like it just split up like that. It's a little crazy. So, yeah. So you can see just how. Oh, and of course they still had colonies up in Plagatea. So there's islands, which also owned this area. Which is the OCP. Wait, fuck. God damn it. It's the OPTC. I can never keep that straight. I'm sorry. So yeah, it was super chaotic. Like, holy shit. This is gonna stay here because I accidentally drew it on the wrong layer. You know how it is. Anyone who uses any photo manipulation thing knows how it is. So yeah, very chaotic. What a time to be alive. The new provincial kingdoms that you see here, they went kind of crazy. Valerie Hirashi became like she united like this whole area under herself, which is pretty cool. Ase, like she Sylve, Ase, and Prelea were kingdoms that came from this area, and she was like always at the top of that. So pretty crazy. Oh shit, I got a super chat that I gotta say. This is the Ryzani national anthem. White Army Kolchak government. Siberian Rifleman's March. Okay, if anyone wants to hear the Ryzani national anthem, it's the Siberian's Rifleman's March. Just look it up on YouTube and you'll hear it, because good world building comes from Russia. Okay. Also remember, any super chats I get, I'm going to give to the Cambodian, the Khmer Educational Foundation. Just like y'all should be donating to on the fundraiser Kickstarter, because if you get it to 2,500, first I'll take 2 more shots. I'm already kind of drunk. I'm already pretty drunk, let's be real. And I'll ask out a girl on stream, and it will be fun. Anyways, I'm pretty sure Shaloma and one other place. I'm not exactly sure. It's not Aditum. So Shaloma and like something down here, immediately jumped on each other, and they fucking hated each other for some reason. Like, I only found like a little bit of evidence for this, but like they really didn't like each other immediately. It's kind of shocking how quickly that started. So yeah, a lot of squabbling. So then let's talk about, you can see it was dissolved on June 19th, and on June 22nd it was brought back. In Minecraft, history happens fast. Very fast. So there were 3 claimants to the throne: Valerie Hiroshi, just Yazov at this point. Valerie Hiroshi, Yazov, and Numis McSpiegel. They all owned their own parts. Like I said, Valerie Hiroshi owned the west. Numis McSpiegel owned this part, and Yazov owned this part. Yazov owned the most politically important part. Remember, this is where Viadoxa is, and like this is where Valentum is, which is like the second most populous city. So Yazov held like the administrative and urban core of the state. So he obviously like started off with a lot of power. But Shaloma had always been like kind of a firebrand. And the West had always kind of been like wanting to do its own thing. So these three wanted to be the successors to the establishment of Viadoxa. And as you can see on the chart, we're about halfway through. It does get quicker as we get down here. So what ended up happening? Yazov had close connections to Bardonia, and he was also backed by Tortuga. Remember the pirate guys who were in this place? Yeah, they by this point I'm pretty sure they grew to like be like an actual fucking empire, like Chad Tortuga, honestly. So he was backed up by 2 pretty powerful nations. Dmitry Yazov. Or it's just Yazov. I was supposed to get rid of that, but I didn't. Numis McSpiegel and Valerie Hiroshi at first were plotting together. But the only people who backed them was the Aulinor Valande, which is pretty influential in like culturally, but not like geopolitically militarily. So Bardonia and Tortuga together outclassed the Aulinor Valande, and Yazov was kind of ascendant here. So Numis McSpiegel eventually joined with Yazov. Now I can't say that like Yazov like attracted Numis to him, but like they joined together. You know, I don't know the exact specifics of it, but together they established the second Arcanet. So as you can see here, Viadoxa was back, baby, and better than ever. Yeah, I'd say it's better than ever at this point. So Numis particularly restructured a bit of the Synclados, just basically made it a little bit more efficient, gave them more clear like what their jobs were, how they like work with him and Yazov, and pretty chill. Now Valerie Hiroshi, I used the wrong. Actually, did I use the wrong thing? I think I was told that Calamity was their modern thing. Whatever. Valerie Hiroshi was pissed because she was working with Numis at first, and then Numis switched to work with Yazov, and she wanted to be the leader of Viadoxa, like, you know, who doesn't want to have power. So she started 4 rebellions in 48 hours in these like small village towns in Viadoxa. Now they were not very successful, like at all. I'm pretty sure Yazov and Numis just kind of like walked around with like a small army, and we're just like, nah, guys, like, chill out. And when they got to Valerie's, the town that Valerie ran, I think it was Kumor. I'm not exactly sure. Something tells me that it's like one of the towns on here. They burnt it down. So be careful. Be careful about who you revolt against, because they might burn your town down. All right, now we talk about the acquisition of the UBSR. So the UBSR, for anyone who doesn't know, is a state up here, about this large, in Sparwood, in this continent, which they were a socialist nation, and they lost a war because one of the leaders of UBSR told the, I'll say, influential player, Viewed Marquis, that they in fact did not have thick thighs. So obviously Viewed Marquis went to war with them and brought a bunch of friends, and they actually massacred a town, and they destroyed the UBSR army in that town. It was, I was there. It was brutal. People showed up just to see the carnage. Sorry, I'm distracted by the chat. Shadow Warrior 100 says, Stony, did the girl say yes? Y'all haven't donated enough for me to ask this girl out. Y'all gotta do that. Let me check what we're at right now. It's gotta be 2,500. Cause it started at 1,000. By the way, Valen and Hazel, Valen/Hazel is quite upset about my crediting Loic with everything Valen did. I just want to say Valen was very influential within the reign of Loic. It's not easy to say who did what in that, because usually they just say Viadoxa or the people did this. Valen makes it very, or not Valen, Loic likes to take credit for things. So, yeah. Difficult for me to say. But yeah, we're still at the same $2,100. Y'all gotta donate $400 more to the Kamai Education Foundation for me to ask a girl out on stream. So, we'll see. Excuse me. Okay, so yeah, back to the thick thighs war. So UBSR was obliterated. So the leader of that, named Gamers Gaming. Actually, I don't think it was Gamers Gaming. Maybe it Gamers Gaming. Basically handed over the UBSR to Viadoxa. And didn't tell anybody in the government or the population or the larger Sparwood Alliance system that they were going to do that. So it kind of screwed a bunch of shit up. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm very distracted by the thing that Hazel said I fucked up the Vio lore, Vio history as much as humanly possible. But, I'm just going off of what the historical record said. So, if y'all are getting a Stony video about you, I implore you to go into the wiki and correct everything to the way you want it. And when I talk to you, tell me about the things that you've done. And I will try to make the ambiguity clear. I don't know. I kind of don't give a shit. So, yeah, the Thick Thighs War was a win for Viadoxa, because UBSR just got fucked, but it was a loss for the rest of Sparwood. But Viadoxa was not implicated in any of it and got a huge territorial boost. Now, at the same time, the Kingdom of Avaria, which I think has historically been around here, joined Viadoxa for similar reasons, although there wasn't a war, it's just they wanted protection. They were in there for about 3 weeks. All right. I can't tell you why Averia exactly joined. I think they were just good friends with the leader Blanc McSpiegel, who was an influential Viadoxan at the time. Okay. Now we go to... Oh, yes. There was a brewing war between Bardonia, the Northern Allies, and, like, everyone else. I know I have this map. Yes, I do. This was a map that Athas made public. Or not made public, but shared with somebody. So the arrows on it, just kind of ignore that. So this is the same map, just smaller. So yellow is the Bardonian coalition. Blue is the Southern coalition. Bardonia had been imperialist for a long time. Bardonia had conquered this territory. And they recently, at this point, had just annexed this peacefully. The people there requested Bardonia to take it. However, oh yeah, this is UBSR, by the way. This is what it actually looks like during this time. However, so Viadoxa, which owns all of this, was now bordering Bardonia, like, right next to it. And they were an imperialist power. The Chancellor Unicorn Boy, the player Unicorn Boy, who had caused a lot of trouble for a lot of other Rathnir nations, and attacked some other people, had expanded Bardonia's influence and power a lot at the expense of other people, was on Viadoxa's doorstep. Viadoxa couldn't stand for this, like, honestly. So, Yazov, who had connections to Bardonia, remember, he was backed up by Bardonia when he, like, wanted to take it. And he, as a player, I think he, like, grew up, so to say, in Bardonia. He was, like, introduced through Bardonia, I think. He could not continue to be the leader due to Viadoxa being overwhelmingly anti-Bardonian in their, like, whole sphere back down here in southeastern Rathnir. Man, y'all gotta donate more. My throat's getting scratchy. So he stepped down. And then, according to Numis McSpiegel, Hazel, who you can see down here, which is the reincarnation in the lore of Valen McSpiegel, pressured Numis to step down. And so Numis, his character, killed himself. In the abridged version, I said this was kind of sus, but then Numis messaged me and was like, nah, it's because, yeah, you know what it's like. So then these two came into power because they were the regents of these guys, which I think it's really interesting. You can see they were in power for like 1 day, less than 1 day. But Danzig, who will be very important later, it was the most effortful little card on here for me to make, just because he has so many usernames and so many names involved with himself, and he was here for 1 day. This is just funny to me. So they came up to the plate and they stepped down so that the big boys of Viadoxa could take power. Hazel McSpiegel and Loic Dems Finiskidae. Now I have... So this is the art of Hazel and Loic. It is so funny to me. It is so funny to me. Hazel's art is like hot as fuck. Like, goddamn, like unnecessarily hot. I don't know who drew it. Whoever's in the chat, just tell me who drew it. Unnecessarily hot. And then you got this fucking goober who is going to become one of the most fucking problems of the server. The problem with these two is that they're just both absolute masterminds. Like, they know how to do politics, and the way that they do politics, like, differs from each other significantly enough to where they started conflicting. You'll see. But yeah, I maintain Hazel is an unnecessarily hot character, and Loic is just I just love that art. It's very Japanese style penguin man. So like I said, there was a war brewing between I don't know. I don't have the thing anymore. There was a war brewing with Bardonia. And like everyone saw Bardonia as a threat except for their allies. They had a lot of allies, mostly in the north. There was like Asharia, Huitka, Arlenor, maybe Silver Coalition, maybe, if I can see that. No, it wasn't the Silver Coalition, but a lot of people were allied with Bardonia. Pretty much everyone in the south hated Bardonia, and they wanted them gone. So there was a war brewing. So because of this common enemy, in my opinion, it was because of this common enemy, a cultural golden age started. These two, whoever particularly did it, had a bunch of art and propaganda made against the Bardonians. I put a lot of that in the video itself. I think this one's my favorite because it looks like relatively original. See that? One nation under Solaris. And it has I don't know what that one is. This is UBSR, this is Averia, this is Viadoxa. This is Floria, I think. And I think this is Fortuna. Something like that. Yeah. Anyways, just those are the smaller nations within Viadoxa, kind of uniting them culturally through the imagery of this. So Under Solaris is a throwback to when Loic instituted Solaeanin as like the major religion of Viadoxa. Very interesting in my opinion. Kind of like tying the identity of Viadoxa together with Solaris against the Bardonians as like the heathen demonic fighters of the enemy side. So then we get to the Allium War. And the Allium War is interesting. The only thing is, like, it was one battle. It had all, like, okay, let me just read what I have written, because that's probably better than what I could say here. The Allium War, aka the Second Coalition War, is probably one of the most important single events in Rathnir history. Like I explained earlier, Bardonia had been conquering, intimidating, protecting, and absorbing areas all over the world. But things finally snapped when the United Free Kingdoms of Lathe and Greenstem in Sparwood willingly joined the Bardonian Empire. You know, it's a... Hold on, I just put a laptop in front of me. I don't know why the fuck I did it. This is Lathe Greenstem. The acquisition brought Bardonia into Viadoxa's sphere of influence, right on their doorstep. Not only this, but a new nation called the Magisterium. Y'all might know this. The Magisterium is still around, actually, in a weakened form. But at this point, it was like this. It was basically a nation just so that the player back to the hub could, like, screw around and just have his own nation and, like, chill. But a lot of people saw it as a Bardonian puppet. And that is very backed up by the fact that he directly threatened the nation of Sorgliste, which is this entire continent, and Viadoxa. He directly threatened them. So, and back to the hub is a guy who is, like, one of the founding members of Bardonia and, like, one of, like, the leader, like, fighters. Like, kind of a legend from Bardonia. So, it's not a good look for Bardonia when that happens. But, you know, I'm sure they did not care because Bardonia was actually trying to conquer the world. Okay, so, according to the available records, Hazel had spies that uncovered that Bardonia was preparing to attack Ulderash and Viadoxa. So the coalition created plans for several of Bardonia's imperial territories to revolt at the same time. So the most important of these would have been the areas right up here. Bardonia had territories like right here. They had territories right over here and territories right over here. But for this war, biggest one was right here in Carthia. You know why? Because the capital of Bardonia, New Darasterok, is right here. That means if this city in Ryzan, in the land of Ryzan, which Bardonia conquered through war, revolted, they could gather here and just march on it. And that's exactly what they did. They knew have an effect on the stream itself. There we go. Okay. Cool. Okay, so they knew Bardonia was going to attack preemptively. So they secretly and very quickly coordinated for everyone to revolt, gather in Carthia, and then just march on New Darasterok. And it fucking worked. They marched in. And, yeah, there was a battle in the streets. And the streets were fortified with walls and thorn bushes that would have attacked, that would have done, yeah, that would have done damage. And they were prepared, like infrastructurally. But because this was such a sudden war, Bardonia could not call their allies in. They couldn't bring in the people who were most important to the war effort, their allies. So it was just like a decent amount of Bardonians versus like a mob of like every other nation on the server. So they just like plowed through them, and there was a fight in the Senate House of Bardonia, and they like destroyed them. It was very interesting. It was very interesting. Yeah. Crazy. Bardonia, like without even like the actual war happening, Bardonia split up. Like there was this one state that split off like right here. It didn't work for a very long time, but then they got like reabsorbed in like one day, because it was kind of like, who the fuck are you declaring this? But then one of the actual nations of Aron's Peak, one of the cities, like actually declared independence, and the empire fell apart. All the colonies became countries again. It was kind of a mess. But for Viadoxa, it was awesome. They were at the height of their power. Like, Loic and Hazel were like the kings of the world. It was awesome. The only thing is that the Chancellor's Hands, which was like the elite army from Viadoxa, during the war, they were up here in a town called Pillars of Sun, which was owned by Bardonia and like one of the loyalist strong havens, defending from a very small attack that went there. But afterwards, they traveled to Viadoxa, and they just like attacked like a few of the cities that I'm not exactly sure which ones they were. Valentum, Deslug up here, Viadoxa. They attacked some of the main cities of Viadoxa. I get mixed reports of how successful this was. Some people say that they like totally ransacked them, that it was really bad. Some people say that they like repulsed them immediately. I think in Viadoxa they were like much more successful than others, but I can't be exactly sure. So then later, Viadoxa threatened war against Bardonia again, because Bardonia like basically tried to reform its government in the exact same way, and Viadoxa was like, nah, that ain't happening, bitch. So yeah, this was a very big high point. The Allium War. The Allium War. It was a high point, and I already talked about these, for the power of Viadoxa. So good stuff. Now a few weeks later, Averia and UBSR, as was a condition in their original annexation into the country, were able to declare independence. Totally fine. Okay. And then something big happened that would be very important later. There was a war between, and I'm not going to get the geography of this right because it's very difficult, and and I haven't researched this very thoroughly except for today. So you have, I'm pretty sure, Volturus and Eisenland. And there was a war between the two because I think Volturus wanted to attack Eisenland or something provoked them, something like that. Well, during the Allium War right then, they had joined into Viadoxa, like, kind of, as maybe like a protectorate, but they, like, pulled out preemptively according to what the treaty that Loic signed was. This is according to the Eisenland perspective, which is very important. It might not be true, but this is what I've been told according to these people. I haven't had time to research these things in depth. So essentially, Loic, because he believed that Volturus had violated a treaty and insulted him, had backed Eisenland, like, really heavily in this war. And, like, because of that, like, other nations sent a bunch of help to Eisenland. And Eisenland stomped Volturus and took them over, like, really quickly. So Eisenland became, like, diehard faithful to Loic, but they did not like Hazel. Because immediately after, Loic was impeached. Now, I was just sent a source on how this impeachment worked. But I didn't read through it, one, because I didn't have a lot of time today, and two, because I kind of like the mystery of it. So, Loic was impeached right after, at, like, the height of Viadoxan power. Now, the thing is, the Syncletos, the people who impeach, tried to also impeach Hazel. It's a bit crazy. I don't know exactly how it happened. But they successfully impeached Loic, but not Hazel. At this point, Hazel rescinded the alliance with Eisenland, and there was a reform movement, a reform society, so to say, that was created by Valerie Hiroshi, which we saw up here. Who was else? Numis McSpiegel, and I think they were the two leaders, yeah. Oh, and a returning Spike Crimson II. So they led a reform society, and they created a petition to send around to the Viadoxan citizens to get structural change from Viadoxa. Now, I don't know if that's actually what happened. Again, I get told things. I don't know what actually happened because I'm not there for it. Hazel saw this and reports that this was a rebellion, which has more violent and active connotations. So, this reform society was not incredibly successful. You know, it didn't go over well because Hazel was still the Archon during all of this, after the impeachment of Loic and during the Reform Society. So the way that it stopped was that Spike Crimson met with Hazel alone, and he capitulated the entire thing to Hazel without the consent of anybody else. So, yeah. I don't cast judgment or, like, try to give credit or anything to anyone, because history doesn't really do that very well. But it's very strange. The sources in this call this a civil war, and they also talk about it as, like, a petition, but it doesn't talk about any violence. It doesn't talk about, like, any, like, specific places or characters involved. Like, it's just very strange. But we can see from this instance that power consolidation with Hazel now being she was able to avoid impeachment. It was a recognized thing in Viadoxan politics that Hazel was extremely powerful. Okay, my voice is starting to get hoarse. I'm going to check the fundraiser. $2,100, still no change. That means I get to drink water. I'm not going to have to ask this girl out, y'all. Thank God. Wee! Okay. For anybody wondering who has not been here for a very long time. This is a live stream, a charity live stream, where I drink and do more embarrassing things in order to promote a charity drive to the Khmer Education Foundation that will send medical supplies to rural schools in Cambodia. It is a very awesome initiative run by very legit people, as far as I know and have researched. But yeah, and the next tier, so long as if you give another $150 total, make that number, just click the link at the top of the chat at the live stream or in the description of the video. If you raise that number by $150, if you raise it up to $2,250, I will take another shot. If you raise it up to $2,400, I will take another shot. I'm already pretty drunk and my voice is hoarse. If you raise it up another $100 than that, I will be forced to ask out a girl that I have had the butterflies for the better part of a couple semesters. So, you know, like, the real moral part of me says, absolutely donate. This is for an amazing cause. But the personal, egoistic side of me says, don't do that. I don't want to be embarrassed. That's disgusting. So, you take what you will from that, and just be sure you click that link and you donate to the fundraiser GoFundMe above, because it is an amazing initiative. The last people who have donated are Isaac Goodwin, who donated $50 more. Isaac Goodwin donated twice, y'all. That's how awesome that dude is. I don't know exactly what your username is, but you're such a Chad, and I love you. If I ever see you in real life, I'll give you kisses all over your face. Now let me drink this water, because my voice hurts like a motherfucker. Alright, we're near the end to the viaducts and history tree. Actually, we're in like the last third. Wow! Alright, you know, let's take some time to just talk to chat. I kind of miss y'all. Alright. Yo, Blue Marble's alive? Wait, where's Blue Marble? Yo, wait, where the fuck? Yo, wait, Blue Marble? You're awesome. Yo, Beanman Jones, you're coming. If you add the super chat donations, how much is it? Good question, Island Fiddler. Let me take a look. YouTube isn't very good at showing that because it mixes it in with all the other super chats I've gotten, so I'll have to like take a moment and calculate it on a calculator. Yeah. I am so proud of this community. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna have to recognize when the last. Literally, I need to like add it up with a calculator. I'm gonna do that. I will factor in the super chats actually, because some of y'all have given like $20. Oh fuck, this is all in different. Oh wait, no, it's mostly USD. Sweet. 2 plus 10 plus 5 plus 5 plus. Sorry, I don't mean to get money involved too heavily. But I gotta do this. I gotta do this. I will include the super chats just for fun. And because I kind of hate myself. Yo, we're at 69 actually. Gluttony gave the 69th dollar. It's pretty poggers. Gluttony, you are a Chad. I hope you know that. 5 plus 10 plus 2 plus 5 plus 20. Yo, y'all are so generous, honestly. Like, genuinely pretty proud. Another 150. Okay, another $154. So you can consider the fundraiser at $2,262. Let's go. Yeah, Libertalia is coming really soon. Libertalia is coming really soon. So now we're doing another drink because Super Chat is another 150, and just because I hate myself, I'm going to include that right now. Yo, if Blue Marble is actually here, I'm going to kiss him all over the face. It's going to be amazing. I'm going to love Blue Marble. He is literally an OG. All right. That was Pog. Okay. Why was Rafnir at its most turbulent at that point? Wow, I'm fucked. At what point are you talking about? The gaming team. Are you talking about the Allium War? If y'all donate $5,000, I'll shave my head. Like, do it. Donate $5,000 to Cambodia and I'll shave my head. Like, y'all fucking won't. Okay. Stony throwback to next donation. If y'all donate $3,000, I'll twerk on camera. Why not? 3,000, I'll twerk. 5,000, I'll shave my head. That's how it goes. Okay. Dude, goblins, I love the goblins on Stoneworks. Like, they just fill my heart with joy. I don't know why. I think it's because of the Goblino brothers. Early in the history. It's really good. Approximately how many dollars have I embezzled? Totally? Depending on who you ask. I don't know. I haven't stolen anything. Like, I've stolen, like, gum. And I worked at, like, a golf course or something, and I stole, like, a bottle of alcohol from a restaurant nearby. I've never, like, actually embezzled money. I've been honest with my taxes because I'm an idiot. God. Commit tax fraud. Be gay. Do crime. Again, like, $5,000, I'll shave my head. I'll get it recorded. Yeah, where's Arugo when you need him? He'll donate 5K. Or you know the definition of crowdfunding? That's when everybody donates just a little bit. And we have 113 people watching right now. Just again, this is if you click the link at the top of the chat, that brings you to a GoFundMe that will be given to the Khmer Education Fund. It is a great charity that will give medical supplies to rural schools in Cambodia. There's 114 people watching right now. If everybody gives $5, we'll get $500, and I will have to ask a girl out on stream, and I will publicly show what she says. If everybody donated $50, I'll shave my fucking head. Actually, not even $50. If everyone donates $30, I'll shave my fucking head. If everyone donates $9 approximately, less, like 8.20. If everyone donates like $8 to $9, I'll have to twerk on stream and I will play an Ariana Grande song. And I'll do it to that. And I'm gonna be honest, I've never twerked before. You know? So do I think I'm going to cover J-Horde? Okay, so I only look at this question because J-Horde is interesting. I don't know what it is, but the idea, like, intrigues me. Because y'all seem to have a strong identity. Y'all seem to, like, know what you're about. And you don't like Viadoxa. And you're in their territory, so to say. What am I simping for? Goodbye, Casper. You've been around for a long time, so, like, I gotta show my love to you. Like, good shit. I'm glad you've been around. Yeah. If y'all surpass $5,000, it would be $6,000 on the GoFundMe. If y'all pass $6,000 before I see that y'all have surpassed $2,500, I will ask the girl out, and I will send a picture of my bald head. Just be like, hey, girl. You want to come rub my head, make it shiny? My God. Yeah, Whiskey, you're right. Arugo's voice is, like, strangely, like... I don't know how to describe it. Casper, I'll ask Blue Marble out as well. It doesn't matter. Mog Protector of Goblin Town. Oh, fuck. I've met that guy. Who is that? Wait, does Yazov own the Imperium in Eldom? If he does, like, Yazov, like, oh my God. Like, I've got nothing but respect for Yazov. He's everywhere. Holy shit! Island donated $250. Bro. No, wait. No, wait, hold on. I don't want y'all to suffer from the donations that you send. Island, if you DM me, like, I'll give that back. Like go ahead and think twice about this, please. But okay, this might be saying that I don't want to ask this girl out on live stream. like I'm super impressed. Like, that is generous as fuck. Thank you, Island Fiddler. I'll give you something on the server if you want. Like, that's awesome. Like, you're an absolute king. But, like, seriously, if you want me to refund it, like, I definitely can. I know saying I don't want to eat is, like, a joke, but, like, also, like, it's not. Like, we all need money and times are tough right now. So, just DM me if you want. Okay. You know. But holy shit. All right, wait. So, hold on. What were we at? It was plus 150, so 225. So, we're at 2,400, y'all. Wait, no. Oh, no. We're at 2,500. Okay. Fuck! I didn't think we'd get up here. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. You know, alright, I'll take a fucking shot. Alright, chat. We are strong! Stoneworkers strong! I'm not shaving my head till I reach fucking 6,000 on that GoFundMe, yo. Woo! Alright, let's ask this fucking girl out. Alright, so here's the rub. Here's the rub of this particular girl. I will say, I've been on a lot of dates this semester. Like, I had a pretty hardcore relationship last year. I'm not really about that, or I wasn't really about that this semester, but now I kind of am. Whatever. I'm a serial monogamist, so to say. So, alright. So let's talk over. Let me bring up that notepad. Let's talk over how I'm going to ask this girl out. We had a Buddhism class. Let me lay out what I know about her. We had a Buddhism class together. She's from my home state. She's mad short and small. And I've never seen her with a dude besides her, like, best friend, who is a very nice gay guy that I've met, like, twice. How we gonna do this? Tell her you're important on a Minecraft server. Cuboid, I love you so much. You're fucking hilarious. Fuck. I'm, like, actually sweating. What's incredibly racist? Oh, Stoneworkers strong. Yeah, it's fine. You can make fun of the Russians right now for anything. Everyone knows hoes before bros. Whiskey. Oh, I am shocked. I'm not showing a pic of her. If I showed a pic of her, y'all could dox her so easily, and I'd like, that's the exact opposite of what I want. I will tell you, she's small, blonde, and very cute. Alright, hold on. Bro. I've got so many messages from people I know. One of my roommates is like, dude, you gotta stop doing what you're doing. Oh, shit. Okay. So how are we gonna do this, y'all? How are we gonna do this? What do you know about me? What do you actually know about me? This is like a parasocial relationship. This is probably like you. Wait, hold on. Let me bring up OBS so I can see you, who is watching this video. We have a parasocial relationship. Because I know of you. I know of you. But our parasocial relationship is, like, kind of different than most parasocial relationships. Because y'all know, like, my personality, like, the jokes I like to make. Like y'all know me more as me. Just because I, like, hang out on the Minecraft server every once in a while. You know? So, like, what do you know about me? How do I pick up this girl? Y'all are saying, like, flex the Minecraft server. I'm gonna tell you now. I've been on enough dates this year to tell you a Minecraft server is not something to flex. It is something that can allow you to flex. But that is not what you're gonna flex with. Yo, Viomelia spitting facts. Pick up girls on Stoneworks MC as long as y'all are both over 18. That's chill. That's what's up. I hate all of you for getting me to this situation, but I love the fact that you brought me. Like, hold on. Island Fiddler 15. Can we get like a round of applause for Island Fiddler? Like, they haven't rescinded anything, and they haven't said that like literally $250. That's the largest donate. They've made other donations too. Like fucking. That's incredible. Well, whatever their username is on Stoneworks MC, treat them with some fucking respect, eh? That's good shit. Who's the marriage counselor? Oh, I gotta say, she does know I have a YouTube video, and she knows that it quote unquote blew up over last summer. Anavestia, I have to say, I have learned not to tell girls that I'm mildly into. I have learned not to tell them that I love them. Ask her out to a museum or something. Museum, arcade, hiking, her interests. I'll have to hit her Instagram up. Hold on. Dude, I love my roommate. He's telling me to be so careful. I'll just be like, you're gonna regret this forever. Like, that's what life is, bro. Oh god. Always do. Yo, whiskey. That's honestly, dude. Yeah. I've gotten coffee with so many girls that it's like, conversation's good. I'm good at holding a conversation. I can do that. Tell her that I led Plagatea for a week. Easy win. Marriage counselor on YouTube. I'm sure it's probably pretty good. I watched this dude named Healthy Gamer GG, Alok Kanoja. Genius, man. Like, literally, like, he's an actual god. Listen to your heart, not the voice in your head. I can't. Okay, I gotta go through with this. I gotta go through with this. Alright, chat, what am I gonna say? What am I gonna say? Yo, she like just posted something. Alright, we're gonna fucking figure this out. Sorry, one sec. Woo! The mall is an active thing. Oh yeah, I could do that. Okay, okay. I got this. Okay, I know nothing about Astelia's collapse. I know that Astelia was... It was only a matter of time before Aldavir and YA united, because they had mad similar cultures religiously. But, yeah. You guys make terrible pickup lines, Jesus. Okay, Cora, I only drunk ramble when I don't want to do the thing that I have to do. SBC, I'm not going to watch a YouTube video on stream. What am I, fucking Hasanabi? No, I actually contribute things to the online hellscape. Alright, I'm typing it out. Just hold on. I'll get your guys' permission before I hit send. It's never the election itself that causes Astelia to collapse. The election is the trigger that allows underlying issues to manifest themselves. Yeah, Whiskey, but I gotta do it right now. Like, I can't pussy out of doing it. Like, and I usually do it over text too, so it's chill. Okay. Can I just be like, hey, we've hung out some. What are your thoughts on going out on a date? What do y'all think about that? To the first Stoneworks vid, I could do that. It's not that bad. Maybe my content just hasn't gotten better. Yo, sea shanty? Anyone if I get a yes from this, that means we're getting married. Because sea shanty from OS RuneScape means it's blessed, bro. Dude, I could go to her house. I know where she lives. Start with a joke? In this particular context, that won't work. I'm sorry. If I were hanging out with her already, it would. Definitely. 100%. If you don't say yes to sea shanty. Hey, girl. I run a Minecraft stream, and I know where to find sea shanty 2 on OSRS. Come get some. Yeah, you're right, Potato Chat. I just gotta fucking do it. Alright, let's do it. Y'all are fucking me up, man. I know I did this to myself, but goddamn it. Alright. I just said... I just said, hey, I know we've hung out, but maybe we could hang out harder. maybe this semester, or what did I say? I said, maybe this final season, or this summer in Rhode Island. Yeah, Mystic, you're exactly right. Yeah, Mystic, you're a wise person. Yeah, she did just post something on here instead. Let me get my hat, because I fiddle with my hair when I'm nervous. Woo! Alright, here's my phone. I'm just gonna throw it that way. Let's forget about it for a while. What video would I like to exist but never bothered to make? The reason I started Stoneworks as a channel was to make a video about how to make fantasy maps and land, like continents, landforms, that one, look good, and two, are realistic. I know really well how to do that. Yeah, y'all are roasting me. That's fine. I'm not good at this shit. I've been on a bunch of dates. I know how to get Tinder hookups, but not real shit. Hey, yo, let's hang out harder. This shot's on me. I'll donate it another $150 if it hasn't already happened. I think that's cute, man. Whiskey, I love you so much. You're great. You don't gotta lie to me. Alright. I didn't exactly say harder, but like, let's hang out. It was an emoji. She likes that stuff. I'm muted? What? Do I need to turn up my mic? Hello? You can't hear me? Hold on, wait, you can't hear me? Fuck. Okay, let's see. Yes. Alright, y'all. Y'all. The man, or woman, or they, them, of the hour. If there is one Minecraft username to remember tonight, it is Bombardier 2017. They donated so much just to see me humiliate myself on stream. So, that's exactly what I would have done. Seriously, Bombardier 17, fucking Chad props. Like seriously, $250 in one donation is crazy. Not to mention that they donated other times. Remember, y'all, there are tiers past this. What are they? Let's see what they are. I'm drunk as hell, honestly. All right, in another $500, I'll do another live stream doing world building with the chat. So, if I can be real with y'all for a second, I'm just gonna pull this up a little bit. Hold on, let me pull up something else. Yeah, whatever. It is the Kota world building map. Do I have a Kota map? Yeah. So this map that I'm showing right now, I think I'm showing it right now. I am showing it right now. This map that I'm showing right now is a very special world building project close to my heart. I'm planning on this like eventually I'm going to try to make this into like a book. This is an old map, by the way. It has a lot more stuff nowadays. Not just a book, but like a kind of a compendium, like a mythology, just like a cutesy, like, you know, just for fun. If y'all reach if y'all reach an extra, if y'all donate another, $500 total, everyone together, $500. Please do it through the GoFundMe. I know it's less convenient probably, but like it's easier to keep track of that way. If y'all donate an extra $500, we'll do a completely drunk live stream. I'll get as drunk as I am right now, which is pretty goddamn drunk for what I just said to that girl. Oh my god. And we will do some actual world building with this. And I know y'all are super into lore and world building, so it'll be a legitimately fun time. And I can actually explain the backstory to this. I can explain the mythology that I have for everything. But for now, I'm not going to do something like that, just because I'm kind of protective of this world. But if y'all show that you are down... No, I'm not going to say down bad enough. Yo, Blue Marble! Blue Marble, let's go! Blue Marble's here! Fucking, let's go. I'm so happy that you're here, Blue Marble. It's been so long. The Chad of Jagdis himself. Yo, that's what's up. That's what's up. That is what's up. Oh, Blue Marble, he put $100 on the way. 400 more until this drunken world building live stream happens. Yeah, this girl is not watching the live stream. I can guarantee you that. She's not really into nerd shit like I am. Fuck, man. Okay, I'm just waiting for it to show up somewhere. But yeah, if we get another $500 roughly, then we will. Okay. I'll answer you, the gaming teen 44. I killed some sheep in the live stream because I thought it would be funny, because it said don't kill the sheep, and so I killed the sheep. Oh wait, yo, this is adventure. Dude, in my old days playing RuneScape, this was the song. This was the one, dude. This was the song. It came on, fucking jamming out, dude. It was great. The old days. Blue Marble, super nice to see you here, honestly. Like, it's been a while. I hope you're doing well. I remember when you said your house got struck by lightning and it caught on fire. I hope you have better fortune now than you did then. Okay. Yeah, Blue Marble, Viomelia, Starlord, Whiskey Knight, everyone is here. It is Smash Bros time. Get your roommate to record tomorrow? Ah, dude, I'm gonna be sick as hell. I'm wasted. This is fun, but there's gonna be a couple of things I regret. I wonder exactly what they're gonna be. Okay. So yeah, if y'all donate an extra $400, Blue Marble says he donated $100, so $400 now. Y'all can get some input on my Kota Lakes project. This project is like super dear to my heart. Like, shout out to the spirits that inhabit this forest in real life. It's fucking great shit. We'll just have to see what happens though. If y'all can donate so much to the Cambodian children who are in need of medical aid, it's gonna be good shit. Yo, the fanfare song? Moy, oh dude, you're right. Wait, hold on, let me see if I can find that. The good part about being a YouTuber is that I know a lot about how YouTube works. I'm turning the sound up just so I can appreciate it. There we go. Nice. Alright. So that's that. We left off here with Richard Dem Sphiniskidae. Yo, what's up, Icebot? Icebot, don't steal my cash. It's not my cash. It's the cash of the kids in Cambodia. Khmer kids. Yo, I'm so happy. I got so many friends in the chat, like Blue Marble, Star-Lord, Icebot, Stubborn Ducky, Casper. Y'all been around for a long time. Some I've got some, like, real history with. Y'all know. We go 1,000 miles west. Polly sends the best fucking music ever. An amazing birthday gift to get some music from Polly, honestly. If y'all ever need someone to play your weddings, Polly will play the most wholesome, awesome, like, just makes you appreciate life music. Stuff like that. Okay, let's get back to Minecraft history. I'm gonna regret what just happened because I asked out a girl, and that's gonna stay on my mind. Okay, so last we left off, previously on Stony Ball Z, Loic has just been impeached. When Loic was impeached from Viadoxa, he traveled back to his native homeland of Asahiri, which is a little town right here. It was ruined before in a conflict that had involved like a coup, very complicated and toxic. He was able to get full rights to it like immediately. It was kind of crazy. And he sacrificed the entire town to the Solanan god of like jealousy, wrath, violence, and destruction, Borealis. And the whole thing turned into another hellscape, and he like ascended and like was destroyed into Borealis's arms. Now, a lot of people say that he was banned at this point. He actually was not banned at this point. He was just pissed the fuck off. He was like so mad. And yeah, I have DMs from him that like I while researching this, I went back and I was like, God damn. Okay. So then Loic is kind of out of the picture for right now. He rage quit, so to say. So then Hazel elected Archon Richard Demsfiniskidae, to be the Archon. Good night, sir, Mr. Panda. I'm glad you stuck around for this long. Even though we haven't talked about Azenfjord at all. So Richard Demsfiniskidae is now the Archon. So very quickly, the OPTC, the Osterosi Plagosi Trading Company, declares independence, which their homeland is like mostly up here, so it's just a colony. But then we get an Interium Rebellion, which is this one area down here. It's a minor rebellion, but it has later consequences involving the Viadoxan Civil War. So Interium is mostly based on a city right here, but then another city comes up over here that becomes a larger deal. It's not a big deal, though. At the moment, it gets squashed. Richard Demsfiniskidae is honestly like pretty good at keeping the like stability going. Now, remember, Viadoxa has had multiple colonial ventures, both in Eldom, in Haven, and in Plagos. So now, Viadoxa, there's a large war going on involving. Actually, I'm not sure about this one. There's a large war where the ruling family of Plagatea, this iteration of Plagatea, see you, Polly, gets defeated on the battlefield. They have a Japanese culture, and it's really cool. Honestly, I really love that Plagos is starting to evolve this like really Japanese aesthetic. They got defeated in battle by other forces, and it was a pretty brutal civil war, if I remember correctly. But the House Numachi from Asarakayan, which was a state. Asarakayan is a state around here. Like, they lost a civil war, so they just got asylum in Viadoxa. Dude, I was afraid of this happening. I knew that, like, I would get too drunk to be able to do this. Okay. So, but then eventually, Richard Dem Sveniskade stepped down, and Hazel did not want another Archon, or the regent under Richard, to be elevated, because he was, like, really new. He was not experienced enough to be an Archon. So many people said that this was Hazel trying to be a dictator. I talked about the Reformist Society earlier after the impeachment of Loic. God, that feels like a fucking month ago. But at the same time, like, it was pretty easy that the diarchy was reinstated when Yazov came to be. So honestly, Hazel was not very dictatorial, but at this moment, it's easy to see why people thought that. So for a long time after this, and I know the graph doesn't show it very well, like, at that point in the graph, this was just Hazel. Just Hazel. And this would be the first time that, like, officially, it was only one person. Ever since Spike Crimson II. So you had a pretty long run between, like, let me see, this was like February 4th to, like, September 11th. So you had a run of, like, 7 months, which in Minecraft history is pretty good, of a diarchy system. Kind of crazy. Although for a lot of it, it was Spike Crimson, and he went inactive. So, anyways, Hazel was alone in this, and she oversaw Viadoxa joining the Denumane Triumvirate. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of people in the chat. Who know that Denumane is fucking wild. Like, what? Denumane was a coalition, kinda, where Yimu Audal, Esharia, and Viadoxa, I don't know what the borders of Viadoxa looks like at this point, but Viadoxa joined together into one massive quote-unquote state. I've had people who led Denumane tell me that a tight coalition is, like, the best term to say it, but they, like, tried to be a singular state then. Denumane is whack. I don't know how to describe, like, it's hard. Let me just read what I have for that. It was 3 culturally and politically divided nations. They shared one military, though. It was initiated as a measure to resist the growing influence of another tight alliance between... Actually, I should keep that. Don't let the colors fool you. Between Ulderash, the Frosterium... Actually, I guess that would be like that. And Tortuga. So you have this huge alliance of these 3, and this huge alliance of these 3, and these 3 try to become one state. Even though Asharia, Yimu Audal, and Viadoxa by now have, like, vastly different histories and cultures. Kind of crazy. So that's why integrating these different empires with different histories was a hard juggling act. In its first few weeks, Asharia made up most of the military, whereas Viadoxa did most of the government and diplomacy, and Yimu Audal did most of the balancing act between the two. As you can see, as might happen, it gets a little imbalanced, and they start hating each other because they feel like nobody's putting up the same effort that they're doing, even though they kind of all were, and we're just doing it in different fields. Yeah. So it's not just a military alliance. It's not just a political pact. They tried to be a single nation. Imagine if the U.S., Canada, and like Cuba or like Brazil. Yeah, the U.S., Canada, and Brazil tried to become one country. But they maintained their own political systems, and they all just like pooled their militaries together, and they all like met in like Florida. That's kind of how I see it. How I see it is probably not super close to the truth, but that's what I got. I'm probably the person who studied it the most from a third person perspective. All I can tell you is that just like it's really confusing. One really important aspect is that they did not change who their allies and enemies were. So like Yimu Outall had its own allies and enemies, Asharia had its own allies and enemies, Viadoxa had its own allies and enemies, and they didn't change with Denimane. So I just turned the music up a little bit. And this makes it really difficult to create a diplomatic consensus of a singular nation. So there was no like consolidated diplomatic stance, and the stability of these groups was not super strong. Now let's talk about, and I only have an outdated map for this. Let's talk about the Battle of Sun's Gate. Sun's Gate is... I might not even have a map for it. Dude, there's like pops outside. Shit might be gunshots and stuff. Here it is. So here's a map of Eldom. Yep, convert that. Okay, so Sun's Gate. This is from like February of last year, so it's like actual, like really, really outdated. Sun's Gate, I am quite sure, yeah. Even back then, it was part of Ahalia. Sun's Gate is right here. It's a town in that Viadoxa used to hold. This used to be Viadoxan territory. At the time of this map, it's not though, and here's why. There was an important turning point, which was the War of Sun's Gate. There was a strong group in Eldom called the Goons who declared an anti-colonial ideology against the Rathnir empires in Eldom. And that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. You don't want the other worlds colonizing your world just because they're powerful. And when Eldom got powerful enough and the Goons manifested that power, they're going to go after that. So they attacked the Eldom, or the Viadoxan colony of Sun's Gate, which is a fortress in a stony mountain right over here. I just got sent a video of the second battle there. Awesome. I forget who sent it. I think it was Inverse Adam. Super cool. So, again, the historical record of this publicly is very sparse, but I guess privately it's pretty good. In the first battle, the Goons blew up the walls of Sun's Gate, and they trickled in and they like attacked, but were like generally defeated with a heavy cost by Viadoxa, particularly the leader Aryu Bakara. Aryu Bakara like shows up a lot in later Viadoxan history, like starting now in particular, but never as like the leader, as never as the Archon. So Aryu Bakara is not on the chart, but they're really important, and if anyone deserves props, like they're involved in that too. My voice fucking hurts. But what really happened was the second battle. Goonguard came in and they just demolished the Viadoxan forces completely. They took over the whole fort. They raided their whole armory, their treasury, and their everything. So the Goons were successful here in decolonization. I don't know exactly why Ahalia was it became Ahalia instead of part of Goongard, but I'm sure there's a very lush and interesting history to be had when looking at this. Eldom likes to have its historical exceptions. It's kind of the majority in Eldom. So yeah, that's Viadox's stint into colonization of Eldom. After the Battle of Sun's Gate, Viadoxa lost all of its colonies in Eldom because they got beaten in 2 battles. No one really respected their sovereignty in the world anymore. And then, what might be really important. Oh, I skipped something. Sorry. So, the treaty that resulted from the 2 battles of Sun's Gate, where Viadoxa was defeated by the Goons, later that treaty demanded that Viadoxa was obligated to bring Denumane into one of the Goons' conflicts in Eldom. The 2 other nations, Yemu Audal and Asharia, did not want anything to do with that at all. They didn't want to be a part of that. They thought, like, Viadoxa, like, you got yourself into this mess, like, you're going to deal with it. And does that sound like a centralized state to you? No. So, not just because of this, Denumane collapsed. There was no bad blood or consequences of this, but it was just an experiment that failed. From the reading and interviews that I've done, Denumane collapsed from competing interests between the 3 nations, squabbling about who does what and like whose culture is going to fold under who else's culture, and yeah, basically those 2 things. Or those 3 things. The 3 leaders and the citizens all have their own ideas of why Denumane collapsed, and they'll give you different reasons. This is just what I think, personally. You can ask them if you're really interested in it. Okay. Now, let's get to one of the parts that a lot of people really want me to talk about. I can tell from my fucking DMs that it's very popular. There is a region in the south of Eldom called Libertalia. I actually think it's something like that. Libertalia is a town that has always kind of had a contentious history with Viadoxa. They're very far away from like the homeland, and they had their very own tight like culture and community there. So what ended up happening was there was a small miscommunication between like there are 2 provinces in Eldom, or in Cumber. I'm pretty drunk, you can tell. There were 2 provinces in Viadoxa, and neither could agree on where this certain town was. Both of them claimed it. So Viadoxa sent some officials, particularly Danzig, who, remember, it's Danzig Karl van Luvia, this dude, Ichigo Shortcake, sent Danzig and Kakapo 12. Kakapo is an awesome mod, by the way. Maybe not an awesome negotiator based on this. They sent these 2 officials down to go deal with this. And the Libertalians did not want to give up this city. But the Viadoxans took the side of this province. I forget what it was. Maybe Interium. I think it's Interium. So things got kind of heated, and insults got thrown around, and so the Viadoxans called a larger army down, and a bunch of soldiers in weapons and gear showed up. And of course, things are already heated. One of the Libertalians, named Fubuki, you might know Fubuki if you've like interacted with the server a bunch, punched one of the Viadoxan soldiers with a potato in his hand. And so the Viadoxans killed a bunch of the citizens of Libertalia in what is now called the Massacre of Libertalia. So Viadoxa went over to the town of Libertalia. I'm not exactly sure where it is on the province. I think it's like right there. Viadoxa like marched on the town of Libertalia and set up like a little stronghold. But the leader of Libertalia, who is called Bean Rekawan, you can see Independent Libertalia later, gathered an army and destroyed the Viadoxan garrison there. And they are so proud of this. They are so proud of beating Viadoxa in a war. They got their independence. Viadoxa and a bunch of other nations that are tight with Viadoxa and Hazel did not recognize Libertalia as a real country. However, Libertalia did beat Viadoxa in a war, and they claimed their independence, and Viadoxa couldn't practically exercise their independence over that. Oh shit, I'm sorry, I messed this up. So Libertalia eventually got its independence. So what you have is Viadoxa loses its Eldom colonies, and then immediately after loses one of its homeland territories of Libertalia. I think Libertalia is still independent right now. What I forgot to mention is that eventually, in October, so about 1 month went by with Hazel being the only Archon, Yazov, again, because remember Yazov was up here, was appointed as Archon. So the diarchy was reinstated. And then the Libertalian thing happened. That's wrong information. I'm not a Libertalian. Veremi, you're gonna have to give me a little more information than that. Yeah, again, if y'all have any competing points of view, like, go for it. Y'all are probably better sources than me. I am a historian, not an active member in the history. Whew. Okay. Refresh. Blue Marble did in fact make his $100 donation. So to say, we are at $1,600 from this. So if y'all want a world building live stream with drunk me, you'll have to pay another $400 to the Cambodian children in rural schoolhouses. Or if you want me to post a picture of my balls and make a shirt out of it and buy it for myself, and I'll put it on my merch store for like a few days, I guess, for anyone who wants to buy a picture of my testicles. Please don't. It'll have to be $900. So, just saying. All right, I need to take a break because alcohol is how do you call it? A diuretic. It's makes you need to pee really bad. I'll be right back. Ah! Alright. You can tell I'm fucked. how we doing? Okay, I didn't get a message from this girl, but I got a message from Tinder from a girl that I don't know. Or a dude named Sammy. It's not a great sign when someone messages you at 12:26 a.m., but it could be a great sign. Girl just said, I'm doing good, how are you? So I'm just going to say, good, I'm doing a live stream. You have anything to say to the people? That was unnecessarily loud. Okay. Very cool. Alright, so we just covered the Libertalian Independence War, aka the Border Incident. Cornbread is fucking awesome. Anyone who disagrees is a fucking... I'm gonna kill you. Anyways. Okay, so we just covered the Libertalian War incident. So Viadoxa just lost this little doozy, so to say. And they lost their colonies, and it's not a good look. So, Blanc McSpiegel gets elevated as Archon. Hazel steps down. Now, it's kind of unclear. Like, some people think that Hazel stepped down because of the Libertalian War, because it was a major thing that they wanted Hazel to step down. Some people think that Hazel was just like, fuck it, like I'm done with this shit, which, like, honestly, like that's what Hazel says, and honestly I'm kind of biased towards that because I feel that. My god, there is a Casper feud going on in the comments. Pick your side, y'all. Casper is matter. Casper. I don't know who. Who should I be convinced that is the real Casper? Who do I kill? Which one of you do I kill? Okay. Yeah. Whew. Okay. So Blanc McSpiegel gets elevated as the Archon of Viadoxa. And about 3 hours after, she says, and this is a copy pasta, and I've seen it all over the place. I, Arcanist Blanc McSpiegel, have noticed a drastic decline in the stability of the Second Imperial Arcanate of Viadoxa, and have decided through much debate and conversation with Archon Yazov that the Second Imperial Arcanate of Viadoxa will hereby cease to exist, being split up into provinces led by their current lords. Adutum shall henceforth become the Kingdom of Adutum led by myself, and its provincial command, while Saratov, aka Haramond, shall become the nation of Saratov, with the province of Valeron led by Archon Yazov. The provinces of Sylve, Interium, Rose, Interland, and the former province of Libertalia are also hereby given their freedom, but have the option of joining either Saratov or the Kingdom of Adutum if they so wish. I hope that all nations that come from this manage to maintain peace and prosperity. Now, I hope y'all look at the reactions here. I'm a historian here, so I'm not one to pass judgment, but I want to note that others did. And the most significant reaction to this was, bruh. When I learned of this, like, just look at these reactions. No. Stop. I have no idea what the interactions between Archon Yazov and Blanc were like. And I cannot pass a judgment as a third party here, but I can say people were kind of angry with it. So, yeah. people, at least one person here is using the copy pasta, which it became a pretty big copy pasta for a bit. So, what eventually happened was that Haramond, aka Valoron, and one other province, they were Yazovs. And Yazov united them with Aditum, the province. Essentially. Ah, damn it. Well, no, that's just gonna be there permanently too. You had Saratovia, which was like this. Actually, I have maps of this. I can just use that. Wherever the fuck they might be. Whatever. That shit's boring. Anyways, Saratovia had like most of the territory, but not all of the territory. And it was united under Yazov. So the thing about Saratov is that like it wasn't via Doxa. It was very clearly not, because Yazov was the chancellor. He was the dictator of it. But it was via Doxa. Like it was. I don't know. I've had it Hazel explained it to me weirdly, like it was via Doxa in disguise. But I see no reason as to why via Doxa should have been in disguise at this point. So, anyways, by the way, here's the people that we have. Astronomus was Astronian Union / Floria, which was like right over here. We have Lathe Corleone, which was Interium, which is right here, the same province that had this conflict with Libertalia. Bean Rekawan, Independent Libertalia, that already happened earlier, remember? And Nick Nyferson, who is King Ninja Nick, Independent Interland. Wait. Oh, Interland. Yeah, Interland is right over here. So, Viadoxa lost a lot of territory, whatever Viadoxa was at this point. Again, Saratovia was not Viadoxa, but it was. But it wasn't. It's very hard to say what it was. It was pretty stable until like I think it was like late November when there was this one conflict called the Corollium Border Incident, which I didn't cover in the abridged version because it wasn't super important to the succession, but I will cover it here. There was a neighboring region. So I will Rathnear map full, just replace that shit. There we go. Oh. I guess not. I guess so. Okay. So Saratovia basically looked like this. As far as I remember it looks like this. Now there was actually this coastline is important. Sorry. Yeah, it was not connected on the coastline. It was two separated parts of the continent. And there was another country here called Interium. Interium was a town right here that got cooed. This got cooed, and it was renamed to Corollium. Well, eventually, there was a bigger conflict that erupted here about the nature of the town up here called Fortuna. Fortuna tried to make an agreement with Saratovia to join them, and Saratovia took it. They annexed this part and connected their two landmasses. It was really good for Saratovia, but obviously these guys in Corollium didn't like that, so there was a big civil war. it was kind of crazy reading. I read up on this today. It seems like one of those things where it's like individual people's personalities like really like cause history to happen. What ended up happening though is that Fortuna won. I didn't find any record that Saratovia helped Fortuna won. I think Saratovia just like sat back, but I wouldn't be surprised if they actually did help them win. But Fortuna survived a siege and then attacked Caroleum, and they won. But the relations between the two were like surprisingly good by the end of it. So what ended up happening is that like 2 towns, 1, 2, were given over to Saratovia, whereas the rest of the land was taken by Caroleum again. So it was just like from the Viadoxian / Saratovian perspective, they just like took a little chunk of land, then like the people who lived there like fought over it a shit ton, and then they got like a little bit less, but like they got the towns, so it was like the actual important parts, so to say. Yeah, the Caroleum people were like really, really excited to tell me about this after I published the last video, so hopefully that does it a little bit of justice. After that, I was wrong. Tavir, this island, was not a part of Saratovia. They actually reformed into what's called the Consulate of Valdreach, where Viomelia actually like returned the original. Like, remember, we're down here. We are like right here. All the way up here. Remember when we started 4.5 hours ago? Yeah, this lady. She returned and basically like established like a sort of successor state to Valdreach. It's crazy. Nothing really came of it, although I think technically it might still be around. I'm not exactly sure. I'll have to look at the maps. I don't remember. But yeah, it's again, like if you have been here for a long time, and 85 of you are here right now, so I imagine some of you have been here for a long time. And props to you. Y'all are real stoneworkers. It goes back to the idea that that Viadoxa and the lands around it are still connected with the VIR. So you have the VIR up here. You have the little April Fool's connection right here. It's like, aha, we're Viadoxa. That's funny. And then you have the actual trying to be the real Viadoxa forming right here. And that's only in the Viadoxan perspective, or not Viadoxan, VIR. VIR trying to reform right there from the original person. So you can see VIR is not just a single state. It is an idea. It is a legacy. And it's crazy. But soon, in early December, 4 months ago nearly, Loic announced his return. Y'all who have been here for a while, there's 95 of you, so a few of you have probably been here for a while. Loic announced his return, and he said that he was going to reestablish the Arcanet, and he was going to establish the Imperial Arcanal Union under himself, saying that Hazel was a false Archon. Remember that Loic was impeached by the Syncletos, and Hazel wasn't. The Syncletos originally tried to impeach both of them. I do not know why. Hazel wasn't and Loic was, but Loic was. So he came back, and he had a vengeance against Hazel. So he did his March of the Exiles. And let's talk about the Second Purple Insurrection. This is the Viadoxan Civil War. It had like a whole month of lead up. Partially because of how it worked, partially because admin influence, and just like, not for the war in particular, but we wanted there to be a peace period before like Christmas and finals and everything. Hold on. There we go. So, in the Second Purple Insurrection, he claimed Hazel as responsible for the fall and decline of Viadoxa. And he compared Hazel to her former incarnation, which was Valen McSpiegel, who had a really, really good run as the Viadoxan leader, although had some hiccups and eventually, dissolved the first Arcanate. I'm willing to bet, and I can't confirm this is just my personal opinion, so it's not really based on anything, that Hazel had been entrenched for so long, for so long that she was seen kind of as like one of the old guard, as one of the establishment, like powerful people in Rathnir, in Viadoxa, and that Loic was able to get people on his side, partially because a lot of people wanted there to be a new order, and Loic would be someone who would shake it up and maybe allow them to get into politics. I don't think it was nearly as much, like, for several people, I don't think it was nearly as much about, like, anti-Hazel as it was just, like, an opportunity. Again, I have no reason to believe that. Or I have no evidence to back that up at the moment, but just from the reading that I've done, that's what I've come to believe. So let's start the story on Loic's side. So remember way back when, in the intervention in Eisenland against Volturus, Eisenland became super loyal to Hazel, because he backed up Eisenland against Volturus, and like they were doing pretty good. At this point way down here, they were doing pretty good. And they didn't like Hazel because Hazel supposedly cut off Eisenland's like alliance with Viadoxa and tried to like nullify their connection with Loic after the impeachment. So Loic, when he came back, stayed in Eisenland, in the town of Little Rock. So during this, some of the leaders from Eisenland, which remember Eisenland is like, so this is Viadoxa. Eisenland is this plus like this. This is the main Eisenland. This is like their territory. Although I honestly don't know the dynamics. Maybe it's just that nowadays. Loic, like Eisenland was like one of Loic's like main like physical supporters in the war. They dumped tons of resources. They literally declared war from their like capital called Maxstadt. And many Eisenland leaders, like Hero Dem Spheniskidae, became leaders in the Loic army. So the second purple insurrection happened. That's the Loic side a bit. Now we go to the Hazel side. Loic's army was seen as an invading foreign army that was coming to conquer Viadoxa by removing everyone in power and taking it for themselves, which is reasonable. I'm not going to pass like a hard judgment on that, but Loic's army did include a lot of people from other nations and a lot of mercenaries that he was connected with. And mercenaries have a bad rep on Stoneworks, for, like pretty decent and non-decent reasons alike. And that isn't to say he didn't have the support of a group of Viadoxans. It genuinely did split the country, but he had a lot of outside help and influence. So it's reasonable that Hazel's side saw this as an invading force to take over the country from actual Viadoxans. Although, I don't know how much this was like intentional propaganda or how much this was an actual belief. Now, whether or not Hazel or Loic actually wanted to replace everyone in power, I don't think he actually did, and we'll see why later. At this point, the contentious nation that we talked about a little bit ago during the Ceratovian period comes back. Corolium. Remember, Corolium was that people who did a civil war here, and is like this little chunk of land with Fortuna versus Corolium. Yeah, those people. They came back. So Corolium, because they had like lost the civil war, became much more pro Viadoxa, and I'm pretty sure like eventually re-entered into the country just for like convenience's sake. So a lot of the people there became like important aspects of the Viadoxan resistance, like Crazy Hyonk and player Carolus. They dumped a lot of money into the war effort. Crazy Hyonk told me that he did like $500,000, which is a pretty significant amount in a single event. Okay. So there's a lot of stuff going on here. A lot of resources and different people are being involved in this one conflict. You have Eisenland, you have Corolium, you have the whole of Viadoxa being split up, and just about everyone got their fucking opinion in on this. Like, nobody didn't have an opinion on the Viadoxan Civil War, whether or not they like engaged in it or not. It was an international shit show. Let's just say that. Now, I want to emphasize, Loic and Hazel seemingly actually fucking hated each other. That shit got so toxic on both sides. And like, I get it. Nations in Stoneworks Minecraft are so hard. They're so competitive. They take so much time and energy. They take a lot of headaches. I ran one for a week, and I hated it. Like, honestly, like, I want to chill the fuck out. A nation doesn't allow you to do that. So the stakes were super high, and they already had a history of trying to backstab each other. Remember, Loic fucking created an insurrection against Valen, who was the former incarnation of Hazel, same player, and Hazel survived the impeachment that happened to Loic. I think the evidence that Loic backstabbed Hazel is a little stronger than the other way around. At least I haven't looked at the evidence of the impeachment. But they hated each other a lot. Like, I think if they met in real life, they would actually, like, fist fight. So from a third-party standpoint, and I'm putting my hands up like this because I don't want to be shot. There were no good guys or bad guys. There were just a lot of conflicting interests and ideas about who the rightful rulers were, and both of them had, like, reasonable claims. The only thing is that Loic's required a violent war to install him as the leader, whereas Hazel was already the leader. But both of them had reasonable claims, depending on what side you took with the impeachment, with how legitimacy works, all that kind of stuff. It's very, very difficult to say. So now we get into the battles. And I bet we have 85 people watching. I bet many of you had at least, like, they witnessed or even been in the battles of Viadoxa. Crazy. Like, there were 2 battles. The first one wasn't that interesting. There were some cool scenes in it, very cool. Loic's army, the Imperial Arcanal Union, sailed up to Viadoxa City. They blew through the walls, and they just, like, attacked the entire thing. And they took it over, basically. But the way combat works here, the way that taking over a city works here is a bit different. You can't just take it over and it's done. Because in Minecraft, like, you need larger barriers than that. I think there's one interesting thing that my script has about this particular battle. Oh, yeah. Loic was banned right after the battle. Now, if you've been watching this live stream for a long time, 83 of you are watching now. Keep returning to the number. But Loic was banned primarily for saying the N-word, which I'm fairly certain he's like African American / Latino American, like genuinely, and he said it in reference to me. I don't give a fuck. But like, our rules are our rules. He got banned for 2 weeks, as according to our staff guide for that thing, the particular way that he said it. The thing is, though, he was seen by our staff as being toxic as shit and causing conflicts every time he came back on the server, which isn't exactly false. Absolutely. So he was banned for quite a while after this. But Loic's army, the Imperial Arcanal Union, remained going strong, led by player Oshu, O-X-X-U. I don't exactly know how to say it. Oxu. Yes. AKA Hero Dem Spheniskidae. They were the leader of Loic's army, along with several others, but they were like the general in charge. So there was a second battle of Viadoxa, and this one was much more interesting. I'm just gonna read what I wrote, because I've been doing that more as I get drunk. Okay. The second invasion of Viadoxa City was very similar to the first at first, but an Auroran army countered attack Loic's base in Eisenland's capital of Maxstadt. Hazel herself had to sneak into the war zone, but was caught and killed by player Chuchi, aka, I hate to say this, _big balls. That's their username. So Hazel respawned, but the respawn point was captured by Loic's army, and she was held hostage there for a bit before she escaped into an underground railway system. Then she was found in her house gathering her gear and valuables to bring out of the city, and she was killed by the player Maynophobia. And later, on the same railway that she escaped from before, she was killed again by player Cope Dog. So things didn't exactly go well for the Hazel party, but at least she herself tried over and over again and didn't give up. So despite Hazel's determined leadership here and command of General R.U. Bakara, Loic's army of exiles won the Viadoxan Civil War. So Loic was banned, but his group won. Crazy. Oh, I'm sorry, K9. Was it not an Auroran army that attacked Maxstadt? That's what I was told like earlier today. Could not, maybe not have been an Aurorans, but there was like a bunch of people that attacked Maxstadt. No idea. Okay, Olderashi army. That's like saying a Welsh army versus a United Kingdom's army. I'm sorry. I know y'all got your internal politics, but like, bleh. It's 1 o'clock and I'm drunk as shit. Okay, so the thing is, in the lore, the Loic's ban was interpreted as him being taken by Borealis, who he had earlier given himself to after he was impeached. I put this as death of Loic, but I talked to Loic about this, and he said don't put it as death, which I guess I didn't listen to. So, haha, what's up, Loic? So let's talk about Florian independence. They declared independence. It's kind of it. It's like, oh, Loic won? Yeah, we're not a part of this anymore, so we're going to declare independence. Boom! And I don't think they're a part of Viadox anymore. But what's more interesting is that eventually, very soon after, Viadoxa City got unclaimed. And Viadoxa City actually encompasses like all of these right now. So it got unclaimed because of like the tax system. And this was with a couple other cities on Rathnir, but like Viadoxa was like the most important because it was at the center of this conflict. So the player Maynophobia, fucking kind of a Chad, although I've got some reservations about saying that because we have a history of arguing about shit, reclaimed the southern part of it before it could be claimed by like the Hazelist Viadoxans, And it basically became a two-part cityscape where one of them was Loic based and the other was Hazel based. Even though the war was like pretty much won by Loic, the city was split in two. So what you get is Checkpoint Charlie, which was like an obsidian gate in the middle where like people from both sides could come and like talk to each other. And it was a meeting place between the two. I remember specifically in the southern part of Squatter Doxa, as they called it. This is Squatter Doxa. I guess this is Checkpoint Charlie. Just obsidian purple. Fuck, where was I? I'm sorry. Yeah, they gathered in the middle, and Loic's leaders told them that Loic did not plan on replacing people, supposedly, and that they only wanted to get rid of people that were an existential threat to the nation. The main person here was Hazel. Although the thing is, Hazel was either allowed or like kept on existing as a powerful person in Viadoxa, both culturally, and she owned, I think she owned Valentum, which one dude, Fenrir's Legion, really, really wants it away from Hazel, but I'm like, hey, I can't do anything about that. I'm an admin. I don't get involved in this shit. I apologize. My voice is fucked. But luckily, look how close we are to the end. So that's Squatter Doxa and Checkpoint Charlie. Checkpoint Charlie is very interesting. A lot of people are like weirdly nationalistic about it, and I find it really funny. I don't get it, but like, it's super cool. So Hazel stepped down because the war was essentially lost. And she put up Archon Augustine Salve, aka Old Faithful, who I'm pretty sure became Archon later after this chart ends, but we'll just have to see about that. Augustine got counsel from his regent Kakapo 12, who we saw earlier in the Libertalian conflict and has kind of always been in the background of Viadoxan history. And Kakapo was saying that they just dissolved the third Arcanate officially. Awesome. So much shit is changing as these videos are being made. Can you tell why I get frustrated? It's funny when people like leave a comment being like, this is outdated, this is what happened after this. Like, yeah, I get it, it just takes 3 months to make these videos. Anyways, so yeah, Augustine Salve and Kakapo ended the civil war with a peace treaty, and basically it allowed Loic's people to be the Archons. So we got Archon Chuchi. Let's go. And the thing about Archon Chuchi is that he was like the leader of Tovarisha. I don't know what the borders of Tovarisha were at the time, but like Tovarisha. It was a big fucking nation. So what ended up happening immediately was that and I'm not sure how like continuous the third Imperial Arcanate of Viadoxa is with the Imperial Arcanal Union. If you were to ask Loic and the Loicene people, then it would have always been the third Arcanal Union, or just the Imperial Arcanal Union. If you were to ask the Hazelist, it would be the third Imperial Arcanate of Viadoxa. I went with the dominant power at the time. Either way, Chuchi was put as the next Archon after Kakapo and Augustine Salve set it up. So you have now Viadoxa plus Tovarisha, a big fucking country up there, and Eisenland. They all joined together to create the IAU. Now, I just want to say, if you have Vidox's official name on the maps now is the Imperial Arcanal Union of Viadoxa and Tovarisha. I like to call that Yauvat. IAUVAT. The only thing is the second A is lowercase because it's and Yauvat. So this is kind of where we get to it being done. Because I started writing all this in March of 2022. And it is April 23rd, 2022. It's been a month. Probably a month and a half since I started writing this. And I have 38 pages or whatever to show for it. And it's fucking crazy. So, Chuchi and the Regent Hero Dem Sphiniskidae definitely did a lot of stuff. But I haven't researched it. And I am too delirious at the moment to try and cover it. I know at the moment I made this chart, the Skjoldrbrodir War hadn't happened yet. It was just like planned. I don't know how that went down. God fucking damn it. This is the longest live stream I've ever done. I think it was like 5 hours. Pog. Alright. Let's see if the donations went up at all. Like honestly, I'm like super proud of how we did already. 2200. We donated $1,200 to the Kamaya Education Foundation. That's awesome, y'all. Like, see, like, round of applause. And seriously, remember that Bombardier? Hold on. Bombardier 2017 gave $250 at once. It's fucking awesome. A lot of people also gave $150. Like, hold on. I'm just gonna go through all the donations again. I gotta remember which one was. Okay. Jacob Owl, $20. Thank you so much. Zachary Windish, $10. Thank you so much. Moy, $150. Fucking Chad, yo. That's awesome. $150, that's a whole shot for me, dude. I am dead because of you. Thank you. Alex Colbert, $10. Thank you, yo. ZMW7, TP to me and Rathnir, $5. Thank you. Kurzy/crazy_, $50. Thank you so much. The Pale is Pog. I have to agree because you gave $42. So thank you so much. Quickdrop.gg staff team. Even if it's another Minecraft server, thank you so much. That's fucking awesome. $50 from them. Rum Knight, $150. Fucking Chad, love Rum Knight. You can't not love Rum Knight. Dad FJB, thank you so much. Can't wait. It's gonna be awesome. $150. Anonymous, $43. Thank you, Anonymous. You know who you are. Great stuff. Anonymous, $20. Again, thank you. Awesome. Casper01, the Arctic Monkey. That's a good emo band. $50. Anonymous, 43 again. Yo, I definitely saw who it was in the chat. I did ask the girl out, yes. Gaming Derp, $150. Yo, Chad, Thick Thighs War. You hate to see it. But $150 is fucking Chad enough to make up for that times 3. Isaac Goodwin, $50. Thank you so much. Stephen Goer, $50. Thank you so much. Isaac Goodwin, again, $50. That's $100 from Isaac Goodwin. And Blue Marble, $100. Thank you so much. And that's not to mention all the super chats. Of course, the biggest super chat has been from Island Fiddler 15, $250. As far as I remember, we had reached right before $250 was $150. So I am going to pledge $400 from the super chat to the Kamai Education Foundation from y'all. So thank you so much. This is awesome. Whew. All right. I'm tired. I'll give it 5 minutes. Talk to chat. Let me see if that girl ended up responding. Yo, Nixane? Nice to see you, Nixane. Nope. No response. Ugh. How's it look? Fuck, man. I've been talking for 4 hours straight. That's not right. I shouldn't be the center of attention for more than 15 minutes at a time. Things have been going, the Gaming Teen 44. I'm in the middle of final season. I'm not going to work on YouTube or Minecraft stuff for a while after this because I've got tests and things to do. But I'm super glad that y'all did an awesome job here. No, I got no response from the girl. I'll tell y'all though. I'll just let you know what she says. It'll be fun. Good stream, guys. Thank you, Blue Marble. You're such a Chad. Thank you for showing up. But what do you think about socialist RP states like my home nation? There causing some controversy. Socialism on Stoneworks is totally fine. Don't do USSR stuff. That's it. Like, we, good morning, Xenohun. Xenohun is from Europe, so they only got to catch the end of this stream. It's very difficult. Anyways, socialism on Stoneworks is fine because it's a modern day thing that exists in many places. Don't do hardcore communism. Don't call yourself anything involving the USSR. That's, for me personally, I'm a democratic socialist, so it'd be like that. Whew. Yeah, I gotta eat something. You're right, Blue. I got a banana downstairs again. See you, Casper. Whoo-wee. Yeah. Socialism, fine. Just don't use hammer and sickle. Don't call yourself the USBR or USSE. Those only exist because they existed before the rule was made, so just don't do that shit. Don't call yourself fascist at all. Don't use any Nazi imagery, any shit like that. Fuck, man. Ugh. I am one tired motherfucker, not gonna lie. Yeah, it's a late night stream, man. It's a late night stream. I did nothing that I regret in this stream. If that girl says yes or no, it'd just be a few different many. You can tell I'm out. I'm out. Hey, Sheepy from Sheepyville is here? That's crazy. I wouldn't have expected. Levi Farnsworth retracted their message. Oh, now I'm curious. Good night, Q Diggity Dog. Go hit that hay. What's up, Sam King? Oh yeah, don't deny genocide. Oh, yo, Duke. I didn't know you were here. Chill. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I am not gonna splice this into a video. Not gonna lie. Because if I do that, it's gonna take longer than if I just re-record it as a podcast. I think I'll just do that. After finals, I'll just re-record this as a podcast. How do I come up with large events like blowing up the moon? I didn't come up with that, actually. Yo, fun, hot girls, boys, 18 plus video chat? Oh my god. I can't tell if this is a troll. That's so funny. Oh, I love that. I love seeing shit like that. It's so funny to me. I get a lot of bots that I like manually get rid of. I don't think y'all see that on the YouTube, but I do. And it's very entertaining to me. Oh shit, I don't want to show that. Yeah, that's a little better. RuneScape original soundtrack? Whoa, what the fuck? Yo. What's my base map? What do you mean, what's my base map? I don't have a base. I have a home. Actually, what am I getting on Minecraft for? I gotta get off and go to fucking sleep. Any thoughts on Yes Temple? Dude, I don't know what the fuck Yes Temple is. It looks like a city state on the map, and its geographic location makes me think that it's something, like, wild. Because it's in, like, a very important geographical area that I wouldn't have expected to be occupied like that. But I don't know anything about it. People be asking me about Yes Istanbul. No fucking clue. I'm sorry. I haven't been in the mix of server politics lately because it's kind of exhausting, and I've been doing this for like 2 years. And it's easier to just research shit and get stuff wrong and then piss people off. Yeah. Huh. Am I frozen? I don't know. My other computer's showing me as frozen. Maybe not, though. Oh. Oh, I guess I'm not frozen. Okay. Oh, I don't use YouTube Red. I just have the free trial right now because I had to figure out an alternate way to download shit, and YouTube Red doesn't even do it. But, you know. Alright, I think. Oh my god. I had to argue with that. Yeah, for the sake of Kakapo12, who's always been there in Viadox in history, go Chad the dissolution of the third Arcanet. That'll just be funny. I have no actual opinion on that, because Viadox just likes to break. Okay. Peace, y'all. Hey, have a blessed week. It's Saturday right now, so be safe, be healthy, be kind, and y'all, I hope you like this live stream.